Well, after yesterday was abandoned due to the remnants of Storm Dave, we are very happy to welcome you to day 4 of this opening Rothesay County Championship Div 2 game between Durham and Kent. You're with myself, Rob Rush, and Ash Thorpe. And Ash, I think we might be in for some fireworks in this opening hour.
Yeah, Durham are now in a position where they're going to have to set the game up. Obviously, losing yesterday wasn't ideal when they're in such a position of strength. With a lead of 221, I think they'll be looking to accelerate this morning and have at least 2 and a bit sessions to bowl at Kent to try and force a result. Should be a great day's cricket.
Absolutely. Game situation, Durham 83 for 2, leading by 221. Just doing some quick hypothesizing.
Ooh.
You would think at least a lead of 300 at the bare minimum.
Yeah, I think
which would be another
they'll probably
80.
bat for 20 plus overs. So if they're looking at scoring, at 4 as a minimum, but they'll probably be looking at scoring at around 6 and over. Then you're looking to push that, to 320, 340 as a lead and try and bowl Kent out in, like I say, in around 70 overs.
I'm going to say when you get above 320, 340, from a Durham point of view, you're pretty much taking the game out of Kent's hands in terms of, I mean, it could happen, but very unlikely. Kent are going to, when they get put in, are going to go chasing it. They're probably just going to look and batten down the hatches and try and take the points, take the draw. But that's something we will be able to look forward to. Ben McKinney and David Bedingham, the two at the crease. I think it's going to be McKinney who will have strike.
Yeah, it's been 2 days, hasn't it? It's all kind of, where do we end up? I'm sure the umpires have had everything written down and no doubt probably had to tell Ben McKinney you're on strike, because there's no way he'd have remembered. But the other interesting kind of thing to look at is that Milnes looks like he's going to take up the attack from the Lumley end. That there was a bit of dampness in the pitch at that end, which is why play was abandoned for the day yesterday. We thought we were going to get play. I'm sure everybody's seen pictures around of a cover in the stands and some scaffolding being blown down, but fair play to the facilities management team here at the Riverside. They got everything ready to play yesterday as Milnes comes in round the wicket. This is driven down the ground beautifully by McKinney. What a way to start day 4 with a glorious off drive for 4.
Are we sure we're not on day 2 with how he's just played that?
It's a nice way to start the day. But yeah, no doubt, like I was saying there, the facilities management team here did a fantastic job of getting the ground playable. When we turned up yesterday, there had been roof tiles that had fallen off, scaffolding down, fence issues, so spectators initially weren't allowed in the ground. As this is tucked away down the fine leg for a single. And then you look at the magnificent job that the ground staff have done. So the covers were completely ripped and blown off the square, and there was some heavy rain along with the winds for good old Storm Dave. And unfortunately, some moisture's got into the pitching team. Milnes there just scratching the footmarks there. And just about where Ben McKinney's walked there was some dampness, which caused no play yesterday. So the umpires deemed that wasn't playable. They have deemed today that we're good to go. There was a light roller put on the pitch this morning. So to Vic and all his team as well, absolutely fantastic effort to get this playable today. Bedingham drives and gets a thick outside edge down to third man. So to the crew behind the scenes here at Durham have done a fantastic effort. We got to sit around and, I'm not going to lie, I did offer to help, but I was pleased that it was declined. But we got to watch a lot of that work behind the scenes, and even to our media guys, Sam Blacklock and Harry, they were inundated with messages, what's happening with play. Every kind of media outlet in the country was looking for information. So it was a day that was hectic as McKinney tucks this one away down the deep square. But unfortunately, no cricket. With Durham in such a strong position, Rob, they'll have been wanting to get out there, and we saw, Marcus North was out there helping put covers on, and, it was all hands on deck.
Yeah, Chris Tetley as well, operations director, helping to steer that ship yesterday. Is just it's one of those ones where as a fan, you completely get that it's frustrating in terms of when there's a lack of information potentially available. You want stuff immediately, but there is an awful lot of work that has to go in behind the scenes before that information can become available. And, that's something that, you don't see unless you are here, all the facility staff, running around like headless chickens almost. Just, it's one thing after the other. The ground staff right now are trying to get that extra cover that's nestled in the Daffabet stand. There's an awful lot, and while it's frustrating, ultimately at the end of the day you have to remember that everyone's human. Everyone is human, and this is sport. In that situation is secondary. There's a massive health and safety issue that needs to be sorted beforehand. As Bedingham will take a quick single, he'll keep the strike, and Durham take 8 off the first over, 91 for 2. And it's just a testament to the fact that, to give a little bit of extra information and context behind it, the ground was deemed safe to play around 11:30 midday, maybe a little bit later. That's why the ground was opened back up, but it was due to that water that had come on through Storm Dave. And, considering that it would have been a very early start for everyone that was involved in terms of getting the ground ready, to have it deemed safe to play.
Yeah, and spectators are in now, as you can see over to the left of your screen there. We do have some spectators and sitting in bright sunshine here in Chesley Street. So if you're in the area and you fancy coming down, get down. So it should be an excellent day's play. Steman is going to take up the attack from the Finkel end. And welcome to everybody online, Kent viewers as well. If you've got anything that you want to throw our way, whack it in the comments, or you can email us.
Unsurprisingly, Ash, just the one slip for Kent. Most people are out protecting the single, as Daniel Bel-Drummond knows what's going to be coming his side's way in this opening hour and a bit. As we sort of alluded to, you're probably looking at Durham wanting to bat until around 12:30, 12:25. You'll lose 2 overs for the change of innings, so that will play a bit of a factor in Alex Lees' mind as well. But definitely Durham looking to have 2 and a bit sessions at Kent later today.
And this is the end here where McKinney's facing now. You might just see just a slight line across the pitch, and it was just on a length really where that water did get onto the pitch. So the umpires have deemed that they're happy. Kent potentially not so happy. That might be, and I'm not having a go at them here, that might be the fact that where they are in the game, they're kind of in a no-win situation here, but we've got play.
Yeah, it's more so as well, if Matt Milnes continues to bend McKinney around the wicket, it's sort of in Milnes' follow through that where that water was, to sort of give you a little bit more context. It's just Zach Crawley in the slip cordon for the visitors, keeping Chris Benjamin company, and then sort of a bit of a ring field on the offside with a couple of sweepers out, and same on the leg side as well, deep mid wicket and long leg. But of course, Ash, you put the sweepers out, and you've got a right left combo at the crease. That means that the field is going to be doing a lot of running around.
Yeah, and Kent's overrate is an issue. They were at -4 as of yesterday. I can't see that now, but I think it is -3 on the board. And what you don't want to do is to lose points. So any points that you've earned the hard way here, and it has been tough going. It's been some really good cricket between 2 good sides. You don't want to be losing them.
Oh, the first 2 days were absolutely magnificent. So was that delivery from Steman, as the 2 most recent first-class captains of Durham cross on the way over, Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick. Surely Lees would have a number in mind that he's comfortable with declaring on.
Yeah, I mean, it might not be runs. It might be the amount of overs that they feel they need to bowl Kent out, or they would want to bowl them out.
inside edge. It's going to bring McKinney 4, so 7 from that over. Durham 98 for 2.
Yeah, that was loose, wasn't it, from McKinney? But he's got away with it.
And this is where cricket becomes you see the team game come up rather than the individual game. It would be quite easy for batters to just look at some personal milestones, maybe a little bit of extra time in the middle, get your eye in a little bit, but this is very much a situation where you do have to put the game situation first, and both of these two were batting very nicely at the end of day 2. There was a shot from McKinney, which was nothing more than a check, that just raced through mid-wicket for 4 that I think had you and Emily Windsor absolutely purring.
Indeed. I messaged him actually on the night time. I can't tell you exactly what I said, but it was a nice shot.
That's the thing Kent have to do there. You got to keep to a disciplined 9 length and make it hard for Durham to hit them around.
Yeah, absolutely. As a bowler, you've got the opportunity to potentially pick up some wickets as Durham look to be a little bit more aggressive and accelerate. I still think that bail's really raised on the off stump. I don't know whether it's just an optical illusion or not. It's definitely grating on me.
Quick single.
Oh, that is.
I think if that's
not so graceful.
If that's a direct hit, I think Bedders is turning around and walking to the pavilion. But again, that's what Durham have to do in this situation. You know, they do have plenty of batting to come.
Sorry.
That's really tickled you, hasn't it?
That he is the most graceful batter that you'll ever see, and that was horrific. He's dived and tumbled, and he makes me nervous actually, because he's just the one that will pick up an injury when he does something like that. He seems okay, just having a little stretch off. Oh, and that's out. Off stump, gone. And Milnes deserves a wicket. I believe that's the first wicket he's got in this game. And he's thoroughly deserved that. I think he's bowled loads better than that. And McKinney goes bowled by Milnes for 38. Durham 99 for 2, leading by 237. Sorry, for 3, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant delivery from Milnes. Has been slightly unlucky at points to not get the wickets. His bowling is somewhat deserved, but he gets a good one there, beating the defences of McKinney, and Durham lose their third. Still 2-3-7 out in front, so a very healthy lead. Just a bit of sharp movement back in from Milnes through McKinney's defences. He's got to go for 38 from 61. Be interested to see if Durham keep the same batting order. It looks like it is going to be Graham Clark out at number 5, so no changes yet, but you'd think... Well, there's definitely the option there for some flexibility in that batting lineup. You know, Colin Ackerman and Ollie Robinson are definitely no slouches either.
Yeah, I think everybody that's coming in now has that aggressive intent anyway. So you've got Graham Clark, who's our T20 opener, and then Colin Ackerman, who is one of the biggest hitters in the club, and then you follow that up with Ollie Robinson, who scores aggressively, and Casey Aldridge.
Ben Raine as well.
Maybe Ben Raine could shift up the order, who likes to give it a whack as well. So there's plenty of options there. But no need to panic, in a strong position there. Like I say, 237 in front, 3 down. Beautiful morning here in Chesley Street. Still that little nip in the air, but definitely the best of the conditions we've had over the 4 days.
Second catcher in.
Yeah, they're going to bring a second slip in. I like it. Like I say, with Durham trying to be positive, that should bring opportunities, and I'm sure this pitch will still be moving laterally.
It's something that Ben Raine spoke to you about at the end of day 2, is that if they felt when the bowlers got the feedback from the batters, there's the 100 comes up for Durham, that if you put the ball in the right area, it would still do a lot for you. You know, we saw it with Matt Potts when he got in that marathon spell to under Mieye, just constantly pinning it on a line and length and getting Mieye to play inside the line, outside the line, a little bit of movement. because it hasn't had that extra wear and tear because of yesterday being a washout, still will be something there.
Beautifully clipped away by Bedingham. Not perfectly timed, but he'll pick up a single and just keep that scoreboard moving. Just keep nudging that lead up.
I think we are underway everywhere else around the country as well. The only game to be wrapped up yesterday was Essex v Hampshire down at the Utility Bowl Essex, with a quite brilliant bowling performance, especially Matt Critchley.
Yeah, took 5 for 9 or something, didn't he?
Yeah, something along those lines. So Essex start their campaign with a bang. As Milnes brings to an end a very successful over, removing the dangerous Ben McKinney, 101 for 3.
239 the lead. Overs remaining 93. I guess they're probably the two key things to keep an eye on throughout today. As Durham look to force something. You'd have to say at the moment the draw is probably the favourite of all three results at the moment. But Durham will be trying to push that in their favour as much as possible today. Steman to continue. So again, he's pushed around the leg side. Just amble through for a single. As Daniel Bel-Drummond does the fielding. So plenty of singles so far this morning. Strike being rotated. Durham have lost McKinney. A couple of boundaries to him this morning, and then lost his off stump. A good delivery from Matt Milnes. That lead now at 240. Clark drives nicely. We'll pick up a single out to the sweeper. The sweeper's on either side now, as you would expect from Kent. Just the one slip in place. And the sweeper out on the offside and the leg side.
This is where Kent are a little bit damned if they do and damned if they don't. If they do have the catches in, then that allows Durham to play those, try and look for those boundaries. But so far, 2 balls, 2 runs, and they haven't really had to play an aggressive shot. Just pushing it out there from Clark and then Bedingham flicking it through mid-wicket. Quite low-risk shots, really.
A few more of the Durham lads. Durham have a second team game this week against Durham University. A few of the boys heading over for some practice. Archie Bailey, Luke Robinson and Schaff. Bedingham flicks that gloriously wide of mid-on. They'll get at least a couple. Bel-Drummond does the fielding. Bedingham thinks of a third, but they decide against it. Probably rightly so. Another couple to the score. 243 now the lead. Just to get your thoughts out there. If you want to, like I say, get in contact with us, you can put comments in the live stream, or you can email us at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. Bedingham again tucks this one into the leg side and picks up a single. Get your thoughts on how you feel the day might go, or what you're expecting to see, or what you're hoping to see. No doubt the Kent fans will be looking for some rearguard action, trying to put up as much fight as possible and prevent Durham from winning, and no doubt our Durham fans will be looking at Durham trying to get to 300 plus and then putting Kent in the bat. Clark beaten all ends up by a great delivery from Steman. Still some movement there on this pitch. That ends the over. 92 overs remaining in the day. Durham are 106 for 3. And that lead is now 244.
Yeah, brilliant bit of bowling by Steman, then drawing Clark forward, ends up falling over a little bit outside his off stump. Lucky not to see his off pole removed or a edge through to Chris Benjamin behind the stumps. Yeah, you can see the field there. 2 sweepers out, both sides. Just Zach Crawley, as we said, in the slips. Everyone else sort of a ring field. It's a lovely shot by Bedingham, but again, it'll just be that one. Grant Stewart out there at deep point. Who's that just coming back from a net? Is that Ben Raine, it looks like? Back to 2 slips now for Graham Clark.
So Simon's just asking us, given the likelihood of a draw from a heavily advantageous position, what would we think of a DLS-like system for interrupted first-class games? What are your thoughts on that, Rob? That is Ben Raine. Absolutely right. I'm not for it, personally.
I would agree with you. I think I saw a comment on a thread earlier about maybe, I know someone suggested that the Indian domestic competitions have like bonus points for first innings leads. To make that sounds intriguing to me, but of course it's how does it look in practice really? You know, is it depending on how much time you lose? Is it?
That's the thing, where do you kind of draw the line? I guess if you've lost a full day's play.
Yeah, and then
the frustrating thing for me is that on the final day is that we've got 96 overs and that's it. So there's no time to be made up on the final day. I think that's maybe something where they can look at, where they start half an hour earlier and finish half an hour later to try and, you know, at least get maybe an hour's playback and an extra 16 overs. But
yeah, I don't think DLS would really work in the first class game. Could stop in the field. I mean, I'm going to say we see it all the time in the white ball games that DLS does heavily sort of skew towards, in a rain affected game, it skews towards a team that's batting second. So in this instance, it'd be Kent who would be getting the advantage of that, and Durham would feel. I reckon, would feel particularly shortchanged after getting them out for under 200 and taking a big first innings lead.
Yeah, it's the time, isn't it, rather than the scoreboard at the moment, especially from a Durham point of view.
This is good from Milnes. Really just settled in on a line and length, making it hard for these 2 batters to get any shots away, let alone attacking ones.
Big Dave's put on pure amateurism from Durham, failing to prepare for the weather that had been forecast for days. I think it's a bit harsh, mate, if I'm honest with you. If you literally, when you see one of your covers that has been blown 150 metres from a flat position into an elevated position into a grandstand, I think that's very, very harsh.
There is only so much you can do to prepare for a weather event like a storm as well. So I would echo your thoughts, Ash, and I would suggest a rethink on that front. Tidy over from Milnes. Durham 109 for 3. Lead sits just under 250. It's also a lot easier to talk about that sort of stuff when you're not the one having to deal with it.
You know, it's interesting, like, people won't see what happens behind the scenes when Vic and his guys are putting sandbags and pegs and, you know, spending an hour and a half putting covers on to try and make sure that the day's play is ready. And the storm comes and rips all of that out of the ground. There's not a lot really you can do with that. The Steman continues, and that's a half volley. It's driven, but won't beat mid-off. And then they're back here again at before 7 o'clock in the morning trying to get everything ready for the day's play. So a little bit harsh, mate, for me. But there you go. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Off the hip, tucked away nicely. It'd just be the single. It's Dudgeon out there, sweeping on the leg side. Another beauty, beats the outside edge of Clark's bat. So I guess that's encouraging signs for Durham with a 248 run lead. They'll know they'll have a brand new Duke's ball. And I guess the interesting decision again will be, Kent, I think, still have one use of the heavy roller. Will they risk bringing the heavy roller on and potentially bring some more moisture up? Or will they just go with the light roller? So all of those kind of things that to be factored into the day's play as well. Adam Hollyoak and his team will be on the leading edge. And it's gone. Clark just a little bit early on that one. That one skewed to point. And Steman picks up his second wicket. Kent have their fourth in the second innings, and Clark goes for just 3. Durham 110 for 4, leading by 248.
Yeah,
Compton with the catch.
Never really quite looked settled, did Clark, but again, it's the bigger picture that we've spoken about that everyone will be looking at in terms of this game. Durham trying to set up a declaration. No changes yet in the batting order. Colin Ackerman out at number 6. Got maybe one of the most unluckiest dismissals you'll see in the first innings. That ride up, what was it? Hit on the pad up to the glove and then rolled back and knocked the bail off.
Yeah, he was a bit stiff, wasn't he?
So having a look round the other grounds in Div 2, Worcestershire have got to bat the day to try and get a draw against Derbyshire. They still trail by 235 after Derbyshire racked up 625 for 8. I think Brett D'Olivera is thinking a lot about that choice to insert their hosts. Gloucestershire are also looking to bat out the day against Middlesex. They are currently 127 for 3, still trailing by 102 in their second innings. And Northamptonshire have lost a couple of early wickets this morning as they attempt to bat out the day against Lancashire. They are 24 for 3. They, in theory, require 297 runs, but more practically, I think Lancashire requires 7 wickets, or Northampton are required to bat the day down there.
Yeah, Bill's just said a draw would be a great result for Kent from here. He doesn't feel they'll meet a team as strong as Durham this season, and thinks that this Kent side is a much better team than the team basically that was going around last year.
I think the early signs are, we've mentioned it on days 1 and 2, that Kent would have identified the seam bowling as a weakness. I think we've seen enough that the seam bowling is already a big improvement.
Yeah, they'll do some damages. The 2 South African lads, and you've got Milnes back. I think Milnes has really bowled well without a lot of luck in this game, having just picked up his first wicket. And you've got the likes of Grant Stewart, Joey Everson got the ball to swing.
Yeah, I think the early signs are that there will be a big improvement from Kent this year. It's, can they get the batting firing? Just 1 off that over and the wicket of Graham Clark, 110 for 4. Obviously it's great they've got Zach Crawley available for presumably the entire run-up to that first test of the summer for England. Ben Compton is someone who's put quite strong seasons together. Sam Northeast, we saw how defiant he was in the first innings, picking up 94, deserved a century. Twanda Miea, yes, didn't look entirely comfortable at times, but no one's going to doubt his talent. Chris Benjamin's a solid keeper batter as well. So yeah, I think Kent they've got enough positives to take away from this game. Ultimately, they'll look at that batting performance in the first innings and go, not good enough compared to what Durham managed to put up.
Milne's just having a look at that front foot there and asking the umpire to have a look. The umpire seems quite happy. There is the option of sawdust as well for him. He does have that pile of that. You can see one behind Chris Benjamin there. There's one at the other end as well, where Milnes is just walking to. Steman's just going to go off the ground here. He was stretching a little bit after the end of that over. I'm not sure. I don't want to alarm Kent fans, but he's going off the field. It looks like Jazz Singh is going to come on. Another one who's highly talked about as well, young seamer. So he's come onto the ground. That's like that'll enforce a change. You might see Dudgeon being brought into the attack. That's driven back to Milnes. It's a thick inside edge, but will gratefully accept his first run of the second innings. Milne's still not happy looking at that front foot. Sure, the umpire's trying to define where. Not happy at all, Milnes. Being told to get on with it, I think, by the umpire. Bedingham with a thick inside edge down to fine leg and will pick up another single. Milnes again having a look at that foot mark. Bel-Drummond just having a word with the umpire as well, potentially about the sub that's just come on. It's been a tough start for the two umpires as well to get the season going. There's been lots of issues with light and a bit of rain, and now the weather yesterday. Ackerman defends. No doubt they'll feel under plenty of pressure and wanting to get as much cricket played as possible. Pushes this into the offside, and that ends the over. Durham lead by 251. Just the 4 wickets down. Bedingham has creeped up to 47. And Ackerman's on 1. 89 overs remaining in the day. Milne's still in discussion with the umpire. We're going to see a change of bowling, Rob.
Yeah, Keith Dudgeon into the attack for the first time today. I think you've been pretty impressed with him throughout the course of this game. Kent fans are very happy to have got him back after he made such an impression on debut last year, but unfortunately I think ruptured his ACL and therefore was done. Terry Bedingham just signing up the two fielders on the leg side, on the boundary. Good start from Dudgeon, but a misfield would allow Bedingham to creep through for one.
Kent will be happy with how the morning's gone so far. They've picked up a couple of wickets and Durham haven't gone flying out of the gate. In fact, that run rate's dropped from where it was to just under 4 and over. It's always difficult for new batters to come in and hit the ground running, but again, just looking an hour ahead here, where are Durham comfortable?
And that's a peach. And that'll be Kent's third. Colin Ackerman has to go for one. So Kent, all of a sudden, making life very difficult for Durham. Chris Benjamin with a good diving catch low to his right-hand side. Ackerman inspects the bat as he walks off. But you're just saying, Ash, Kent going to be very happy with their work this morning.
Yeah, they've done a good job and a nice delivery there. Finding the edge. Chris Benjamin, 2 hands. Taking a fine catch away to his right. Ackerman goes for just 1. Dudgeon picks up a wicket in his first over this morning. 114 for 5, 252 ahead. Brings Ollie Robinson to the crease. It looked like he was just starting to get some form in that first innings and then left one right on tee. Nipped back off the seam and cannoned into his pads. He joins Bedingham now. Yeah, Malcolm, you're right. Kent are not out of this. Can they chase anything under 300 in really 75 to 80 overs? This little 3-wicket burst this morning has certainly put that result back on the radar, where it didn't look like that would be possible at all going into the day's play. Solid and looks organised there in defence. One ball remaining in the over. From Kent's point of view, they'll be happy just to keep them overs ticking down. No real damage being done to the scoreboard. Apart from them at the moment, they've picked up 3 wickets this morning. Robinson drives beautifully down the ground to get off the mark for 4. Slightly over pitched. And a fine shot from Ollie Robinson to get off the mark.
Yeah, lovely bit of timing from Durham's keeper batter. His confidence some good as well after how he got out in the first innings and after a lean patch last year.
Yeah, you just look at somebody, the way they move their feet, and that's looks like full of positive intent so far from Ollie this morning. .256 the lead.
That's a peach. That is really good bowling from Matt Milnes. He's deserved these 2 wickets he's got this morning throughout the course of this game. Bedingham getting one that nips back a bit off the pitch. He goes for 48, and Kent are very much the happier side this morning after this quick burst from them. Lead sits at 256. If it keeps going the way it is, Ash, we will have a very interesting couple of sessions on our hands.
Absolutely. This is fantastic work from Kent. Right back into this game. 4 wickets this morning. Bedingham going for 48. 118 for 6. 256 in front. Turned on its head this morning. Casey Aldridge will be the new man to the crease, with some work to do for the man on first-class debut for Durham. It was excellent in the first innings, 44 not out. Really marshalled the tail well in a role he's not necessarily familiar with. Only used to batting slightly higher than that. But so far, contributions even with bat, ball and in the field. A little bit of pressure on him as he walks to the crease. 2 new batters now. As you said, Milnes picks up his 2nd wicket and thoroughly deserved it. Beautiful ball, nipping back off the seam and knocking over David Bedingham. All of a sudden, Matt Milnes isn't looking at the footmarks anymore. He's thinking, this is actually isn't too bad. So it started off Durham in a position of real strength this morning, where they were hoping to go out there and get quick runs and leave Kent with around 70 to 75 overs with over 300 to chase at the moment. This game naturally might fall its way here. Durham 6 down, 256 in front. There's still that movement in this pitch. And remember, this ball is just about 31 overs old now. McMillan's on the verge of a wicket maiden. He's picked up 2 wickets this morning. One for Steman, who has gone off the field injured. And one for Dudgeon. Brilliant over from Milnes. Wicket maiden. 118 for 6. Lead of 256. 87 overs still left in the day's play. He must be bowling well. He's even got a clap from Durham fans. It's just started to get a little bit overcast out there. Although it's still up there with the best conditions of the match so far.
Intrigued to see how Ollie plays this position from here. You know, he can be quite an aggressive scorer, but wickets are causing Durham to change tact.
Chipped in the air and another wicket falls. Ollie Robinson now goes. Dudgeon picks up his second of the morning. And Durham have pressed the destruct button so far. Miyeye takes a simple catch in the covers. Durham 118 for 7. And a real collapse this morning.
35 for 5.
Yeah, I was just about to check myself, yeah.
35 for 5 so far in this session. Ben Raine walks out at number 9 and...
He was just having a net a moment ago.
Right now, if you're Daniel Bel-Drummond, you're thinking, if we keep this lead below 270, 280, we could have a go chasing and steal a victory from the jaws of defeat. Not quite sure what's going on. Maybe the Durham bowlers will look at this and go, well, maybe this pitch is playing up a bit more. We'll fancy our chances as well. But some of the nature of these dismissals, Ash, is leaving something to be questioned.
Indeed. Appreciate your comments, John. Hope you're enjoying it. The positive for Durham is that they do still lead by 256. Getting through.
Wicket maiden, 118 for 7.
Yeah, interesting cricket. It's been on fast forward this morning. Durham haven't really got away with the bat as of yet. 10 overs bowled so far. This morning, 5 wickets lost. Without any real damage to the run tally. .35 added today. So it's not as if those dismissals have come with Durham playing massive shots. Still movement out there, no doubt about it. This pitch will move throughout the day's play. That one hitting the splice from Milnes. And then Bales is still annoying me. That off bail.
Didn't have you down as this much of a perfectionist, Ash.
Well, I'm not normally, that is for sure. Shouts of catch, but nicely driven through the covers, and Aldridge will get off the mark with a couple. Lead 258. Milne's now looking at that front foot again. So finally they're going to bring some sawdust down. Don't know why they just didn't do that after one ball, but there you go. To 58 the lead. 85 overs remaining in the day's play after this ball. You can wipe a couple off that for the change of innings. And again, another excellent over from Milnes, just the 2 from it. Durham 120 for 7. Leading by 258.
Penny for the thoughts of the Durham coaching staff right now.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I think they'll still be. They'll obviously have lost that many wickets this morning, but that lead's grown. They'll be probably looking at the fact that there's still a little bit of movement, or even at times a lot of movement in this pitch.
And then meanwhile, if you're Adam Hollyoak and the Kent coaching staff. You're over the moon with this session so far.
Yeah, they've got back into the game. I still think Durham are heavy favourites at the moment. I think chasing anything over 250 on this pitch will be really, really tough batting today. But it's a game. That's what we want to see, don't we? Didn't want to see this game
Drift away
bore
to
out
a draw.
into a draw. Yeah, we've got both teams are right in this game now. Raine drives, unable to beat the man at cover. Dudgeon looks like he's just walking back to his marker with a bit of a limp as well. So I'm hoping from a Kent point of view that they don't lose their 2 overseas players after the first game. I'm not saying that Steman's badly injured, but he has gone off the ground. Full toss, hit beautifully out towards the covers. Jazz Singh out there doing the fielding.
That's the first real bad ball this morning. Turned into a low full toss, but because of the situation that Durham have now found themselves in, Raine's not really looking to punish it with a boundary. He's just looking as a way to get the scoreboard moving again.
Banged in from Dudgeon. Didn't really get much out of the surface. Good areas again from Dudgeon.
See, Aldridge doing his set. He's really setting up, covering all three, maybe just seeing like a shadow of off stump through his guard, maybe trying to negate some of that movement.
Solid again in defence. Just a single from that Dudgeon over, who's limping a little bit more pronouncedly now. As he walks down towards us. 121 for 7. 259 the lead. 84 overs remaining in the day's play.
Unsurprisingly, Milnes is going to continue from the Lumley end, finally getting his reward for very good bowling across the game, and considering he hasn't had a lot of time off the field either, with having to come back on day 2 at the end of the day. Ran the first hard, but will settle for that 1.
pushes the lead to 260.
Nice looking shot. Not right out the middle of the bat, but from a Durham point of view, it's another 1 to the tally. Guess this proves Ben Raine's point from when you chatted with him on Saturday evening, right, in terms of you put the ball in the right areas of the pitch, it will still be very difficult for batters.
Absolutely.
And it'll give definitely these two out in the middle, and then the other two Durham seamers of Potts and Roach some confidence as well that if and when they get their chance to have the new Dukes, that they'll be right in the game as well. Edge, but doesn't carry to Crawley at slip.
Picked it up nicely. That's what you want. You don't want 4 cheap runs being given away there. That keeps the pressure on this Durham pair.
And then that one cuts Raine in half.
I think he's expecting a bit more bounce there. Benjamin does well behind the stumps. Not for the first time today. Matt Milne's having a look at the footmarks.
Like you say, Ash, why wasn't Sawdust put down just straight away? He's bowling really nicely though this morning. This opening hour, 2 for 47, his figures read, but economy of just over 3 and challenging almost every ball. Raine will flick him to the left of mid-on. He'll keep the strike for the next over, just 3 from it. Durham's lead sits at 262 and 83 overs left in the day.
Been another brilliant morning's cricket. Still discussions over the footmarks at that end with Milnes and Daniel Bel-Drummond. It's been a good spell from Milnes this morning.
Dudgeon over the wicket to Raine. You slightly surprised, Ash, we haven't seen some round the wicket stuff from Dudgeon so far, or is he just trying to use the natural angle that he will get coming over?
Yeah, I think some bowlers go to it too quickly for me, but I think he's bowled nicely. Yeah, Milnes this morning, 7 overs, 2 for 22. Dudgeon this morning has 2 for 6. Hammered by Ben Raine through the leg side. Moves him on to 7. Durham on to 128. Now for 7. Beautiful piece of timing from Ben Raine.
It's not an overly bad ball either.
Slightly overpitched and just positive intent from Ben Raine. 266 the lead. Short and pulled into the deep to think about a second and decide against it. Another one to the total, 129 for 7. Ben Raine moves on to 8. Beautifully punched by Aldridge off the back foot, but there is a sweeper out on the offside. Aldridge on to 4, 130 now for 7. Leading by 268. Ben Raine, all of a sudden, in this over is just starting to look a little bit more positive with his intent. So 6 runs from that over, which is as many runs as been scored in the previous 5 overs. Durham 130 for 7, leading by 268.
It'll be good game situation management, which is what Ryan Campbell will be wanting Durham to take from this, in terms of, things aren't always going to go your way, and like we were saying before the start of play, and I'm pretty sure what the majority of the Durham squad were thinking, that this was going to be their day, and Kent have rocked up and put the pressure back on them and said, we're still in this as well. The pitch is obviously giving them some assistance, but it's for the batters to work out what's needed at a certain time. And you mentioned it there, Raine is looking like wants to put a bit of that pressure back on, but it's having those game reps.
Milne's into his 8th over this morning.
I think he got something on that.
Off the bat or the backside? He's given dead ball, which is absolutely incredible.
He's hit that. Even if he's not hit that, he's played a shot.
I'm stunned at that. Casey Aldridge is just asking the question as well. Wow.
Just winding it back on the replay, he looks like it's either it's come off the bat or it's come off.
Well, I wasn't sure. He definitely tried to hit it. And a bouncer there from Milnes.
Yeah, I'm not sure why umpire's given dead ball for that. Even if Aldridge hasn't hit it, he's attempted to play a shot.
Just going to have a watch. Just flick the stream back. I think he might have hit it. Which is ironic. He's definitely hit that one as he tucks it away into the leg side and picks up a single. And I'm sure that conversation will continue between Aldridge and the umpire. So both pleading their cases. But yeah, interesting. Ben Raine on strike to Milnes. Short, pulled away in front of square and hammered to the fence for 4. Another sign of Ben Raine's intent. Beautiful strike.
That one's definitely 4.
Yeah, it's a long chase as well. You can see that cover still sitting there in the stand, upside down. Shows you the strength of the wind from good old Storm Dave the other day.
Maybe a little bit of tiredness.
Yeah, I'm not surprised into his 8th over.
Absolutely not. It's completely understandable. Well. It's not a negative thing, but from Daniel Bel-Drummond's point of view, you're potentially thinking of Grant Stewart or Joey Everson soon into the attack. Maybe not. We should still pull out deliveries like that as well.
That was an effort ball. Maybe on the back of that last one, being a little bit tired, he's probably thought, I've got one ball left in me. Here's everything I've got. And that ends the over. 135 for 7. Durham lead by 273.
Yeah, he's just got a tap on the back from not only his skipper, but Chris Benjamin and Zach Crawley as well. So that would seem to indicate as Milnes trots off to long leg that maybe his work for the moment is done. It's been very good work as well, really opening up this game for Kent. You know, I would have been surprised if they came in with any thoughts other than let's try and just come away with a draw. And his spell, along with Keith Dudgeon, has meant they've got a chance at winning. So Aldridge will tuck this away. They're going to look for 2. I don't think it's there. And don't run on the misfield.
Yeah, that lead just starting to increase now, 274. Will that 4 runs play a part in the result?
I hope not. I really hope not. Dudgeon has now switched. Last ball of his last over was around the wicket. He's going to stay that way to Raine. Raine will gratefully punch him to deep extra cover.
That's a shot. What a shot, Casey Aldridge on the up through the covers for 4.
Absolutely beautiful timing. Full face of the bat. Beats a despairing dive of Mieye in the covers, and maybe Durham starting to look to put some of that pressure back on Kent after Kent's burst earlier this morning.
$141 for 7. Lead 279 overs remaining after this one, 80. And as we've said, you can take a couple off that for the change of innings. Whether that was looking like a declaration this morning, but that might all happen naturally. With Durham losing 5 wickets so far.
short and swiveled from Aldridge. He's going to keep the strike. Looks like Grant Stewart is going to keep the ball and bring himself on into the attack. Matt Milne's work looks to be done so far. 142 for 7 net lead now, 280, and I wonder Ash if Durham are now looking at what the pitch has been doing, and instead of maybe looking for more runs, they would look for more time to have Kent out in the middle to try and get those wickets. As you can see, the ground staff there having worked tirelessly over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those to weigh up, isn't it? Which is why I think at the start of the day, Durham were talking around the 70 over mark. Stewart on the money first ball. The other number they're probably thinking of is 300 for a lead, and that's through good bowling and wicket taking this morning. It's become more difficult and a slower process. And 42 for 7. Aldridge 11, Raine 13. Yorker. Haven't seen many Yorkers, have we?
Don't mind it though.
In this game. Grant Stewart full and straight. Well kept out by Casey Aldridge. This one whipped off middle stump. Behind square. It'll just be the single oohs and ahs from Kent.
Yeah, got the ball to tail in there at the last minute.
Again on the money from Stewart to finish the over. 143 for 7, lead 281. 79 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, 1,500 people in on the live stream. Thank you all very much for joining us. I've just had a message that Charlie and his flatmate Max, or housemate Max, are eating a big old fry-up while watching the cricket. It's just what you want on Easter Monday.
Share the wealth.
Any chance of an Uber Eats on that? Charlie, please. Double change for Daniel Bel-Drummond. Looks like Joey Everson from the Finkel end. Didn't quite get it right first innings round. He got some swing, but couldn't quite land it in the right areas. But if he can find some swing now and bring Kent these 2 wickets, or to break open his partnership, which currently stands at around 25, 26.
I'm surprised he's took Dudgeon off. He's bowled well, maybe just trying to look after him a little bit. First game of the season. He was limping at the touch. Joey Everson did get some swing in that first innings. But this ball, where are we? 30. This is the 40th over. Interesting to see if there's any shape in these conditions for him. Nice little crowd in over towards the members' side of the ground. Aldridge thinks of a single. Yeah, it was interesting to see. We obviously had some storm damage here, but there's definitely some cricket clubs around the area. Bemel Hill, I'm looking at a brick wall blown down and some damage that I saw on social media this morning. Nice areas again from Everson. Still managed to get a game on, which is incredible. Ben Stokes having a little wander back from some practice. Hopefully we see him out in the middle for Durham as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think Ryan Campbell said they were targeting the reverse game down at Canterbury and Worcestershire away as well. There's 2 potential comeback games for him. Be good if he could run out at Chester Street as well.
Yeah, I'm sure our home members would love to see that. They'd love to see that whipped away by Casey Aldridge, but it'll just be a single and just the one from that Everson over. 144 for 7, leading by 282 here on day 4.
That's a long old net for Stokes. I saw him padded up and ready to go while Durham was still warming up at around 10:30. Would have been in there with Dale Benkenstein, Durham's batting consultant.
Yeah, him and Scott Borthwick, I know, has been throwing loads at him over the winter.
Could be 2 there. Dropped into the onside, but well marshalled by Miyeye. He'll keep it to 1.
Just been asked if we think the pitch has... I don't think the pitch has really changed over the course of the match. There's still been some movement in it. Ben Raine drives square of the wicket, gloriously for 4. Stewart with too much width, and Ben Raine punishing that. So the lead moves to 287. Yeah, I don't think it's really changed. I think if you put the ball in a good area, you're a chance of getting a wicket. And hopefully that continues throughout the rest of today's play from a Durham point of view. Eventually, they get through for a single. That brings up the 150 for Durham, moving the lead on to 288.
Yes, no. Yes, no.
They just stood there
yes.
like statues, didn't they? It was incredible. Oh, it's nice and sunny on the Isle of Mull. No snow. He's making some granola and soda bread and got some gammon in the oven. Have a great day. That is whipped gloriously away by Casey Aldridge. That'll be 4. Beautiful shot on the up through the leg side. 154 for 7. 292 now the lead. So boxers starting to be ticked from a Durham point of view as they approach the 300 lead mark. And then I guess we'll all get the answer to the question is, will it be runs or will it be overs that Durham are looking at before they potentially declare?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Ash. I did just have a quick look over to the balcony to see if there was...
What you got for me?
Nothing yet.
Okay.
But you just sense that Durham these two have seen off that pressure from Milnes and Dudgeon, have targeted the 2 change bowlers, who aren't bad change bowlers by any means of the imagination, but they've just targeted them. If they can get them off the line of length, get some of those runs flowing, that it might help bring about the declaration or thoughts of one. Most importantly, stop the collapse at, what was it, 35 for 5 at one point this morning. 154 for 7 that lead. 292.
"77 overs still remaining in the day's play." How are your eyes looking, mate? Run me through the overs, the over rate. Are they still behind? Does it say 1?
Yeah, -1.
There you go. It's looking good from Kent point of view. It was -3, getting up to -4 earlier on.
Everson going to come round the wicket to Raine. He's almost showing a bit of his leg stump with his guard there.
I've seen more and more batters batting on off stump these days.
How do you feel about that from a coaching perspective?
I guess don't miss it, I guess. At least you know where your off stump is, but be interesting to see if he targets a leg side here.
Why would you target a leg side, Ash, when you can go straight down the ground?
That was a bit of a leading edge he's got there. He's definitely targeting the leg side. Pick up a couple.
It's something that Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith did really well when they were, well, Steve Smith still is at the height of Test cricket, but they sort of batted. I think there was one, Chris Wokes maybe pinned Steve Smith LBW, and he immediately reviewed it because he knew he was batting on off stump, so that he knew if anything hit him outside the line when he'd made his trigger, that he was going to be outside the line. So like I say, there's that aspect of it. If you know exactly where your off stump is, you know anything outside your eye line, you can leave. But if you get some late swing moving back, then make sure you jam the bat down. Raine pushes that to backward point.
295 now the lead. It's a real interesting one. It just seems to be coming more and more into the game at the moment, batting on off stump. As you'll see, Casey Aldridge pretty much set up there as well. This one's tickled away, maybe off some pad down the leg side. It will run away for 4. It's going to be leg byes. Takes the Durham lead to 299. It's been a handy little partnership this between these two. Came together 118 for 7, the score.
Is that 43, the partnership? Lead sticks at 299.
76 overs left. So you can, again, we'll keep saying you can take a couple off. So really 74 overs left in the day's play. Just watching Keith Dudgeon run back towards his fielding position here. He looks a bit stiff and sore. $161 for 7. Partnership of 43, as Rob said. Pulled away in front of square. Just will get around to do the fielding. And that takes the Durham lead in excess of 300. 301 now. So now all eyes will really be on that Durham balcony to see if a declaration is coming. And I guess we're getting to that target of the 70 overs as well.
I would reckon when it gets to 72 overs left, or potentially 2 more wickets, I think those are 2 I would hedge my money on. See there, slip now moves out. Zach Crawley places himself at catching mid-wicket, so I think Bel-Drummond senses it as well that these two do want to get a move on and get that lead as high as Durham are happy with. Short, and would just drop in front of Dudgeon at long leg.
Really whipped round the corner, wasn't it, from Raine? I immediately looked down. It was coming down towards us, the position of Dudgeon, but
he was lucky not to get more on it.
Yeah.
He would have gone straight into the breadbasket. There's no one back towards Bannatynes for Aldridge on the leg side. Just wonder if Grant Stewart errs that way, whether Aldridge will free the arms and target that area.
I tell you, the only way that they will get the 2 overs back is if they declare at lunch as well. So that could be another factor. Oh, you called it, but he missed it.
He was eyeing up Bannatynes.
And Stewart did not miss.
You miss,
Yeah.
I hit. And Casey Aldridge, after a very handy partnership with Ben Raine, has to go for 18. Durham effectively 302 for 8.
It's a middle stump each, isn't it? Aldridge knocked out Grant Stewart's middle stump.
Revenge is sweet.
Absolutely.
I wonder if was there a little under edge on that potentially, or
I'm not sure. I probably just didn't get up as much as what Aldridge was expecting. A little bit of premeditation as well, as you said. Maybe looking for that big heave to the leg side. That's an excellent partnership between them two. That's got Durham up to where they would want to be. That lead in excess of 300. Matthew Potts now. I'd be very surprised if Kemar Roach has pads on.
I have just taken that look over to the balcony. I cannot see Roach with whites on. He may be getting his kit ready, but as I mentioned a short while ago, I would imagine it's either 72 overs left, so Durham can have 70 flat at Kent, or 2 wickets. Aldridge is the first. See what transpires here at Banks Homes Riverside on this final day.
It's been an excellent. It's such a shame that yesterday got rained. Well, not rained, but off. We've seen some really, really good cricket between 2 good sides. And there you go. Potts off stump guard as well, by the look of it.
Well,
And a bit of middle as well.
Remarking all of them. Slip goes back in, unsurprisingly.
It's a shot.
So no ball as well, so that'll be 3 more with the single that they scamper through. So that lead goes to 305, and Ben Raine will have that extra delivery. Fizzed in down the leg side. Durham 167 for 8 in their second innings, but 305 in front.
If Durham were to declare now, they'd have a nasty little period just before lunch as well. All of these factors into the melting pot. Rob's out on balcony watch. Be Everson to continue. Durham lead by 305. Matthew Potts on strike. so far happy in defence in this over. Fascinating to see tactics play out. Durham have been involved in a few close games over the last couple of years as well. Just 2 deliveries left in this over now. So far, Potts in pure defensive mode. .305 the lead. 72 overs after this one remaining in the day's play, with the change of innings if that doesn't happen during the lunch break. Maiden over. 167 for 8. Kent trying to get into position as quickly as possible to see if they can even squeeze that minus over rate back to 0 so they don't lose any points.
I think the umpire as well just telling Raine and Potts to get a move on. All the games within the game, Ash.
Indeed. A little limp for Stewart there.
You put the mockers on the Kent bowling attack, Ash.
What's that?
You put the mockers on them.
What, they're all injured?
Yeah.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Wouldn't wish that on anybody.
They were looking for 2, but I don't think you want to take on the arm of Zach Crawley. So another 1 to the lead. Again, just that annoyance for Kent, right-left combo.
This is the confusing bit for me. Like, where is this game going now? This is literally dead time in the game.
You on balcony watch as well now?
Yeah, I'm really curious. I'm wondering whether just they're trying to make it harder for Kent if they were to decide to chase it. But then, do you actually want to induce that carrot of giving them a chance to chase the... Where are we? 306 now.
Shot. And a good stop as well from Daniel Bel-Drummond. Saves his bowler and his side 3 runs.
It's good cricket, that, wasn't it? A lot of action for 1 run.
How long in terms of a time thing for the change of innings? Is it 10 minutes?
Yeah, it is 10, yeah. Unless, obviously, they declare at lunch. Raine timing the ball as well as anybody has done so far today. Picks up another single. 1 ball left now in the over. A few more faces on the balcony. Not many in whites though. Lots in... See lots of blue up there. Potts is beaten by Stewart. And Durham will march on. 308 in the lead now. 170 for 8. Potts 2, Ben Raine 26.
Something's got to give.
Well, Kent are reading this situation now, and every fielder is now out on the boundary. And another single there for Ben Raine. They may well come in for Potts. Really easy for me to have my opinion. I've got nothing to lose. If Durham lose, it's not my job on the line. Yeah, I'll be curious to get into the head of Alex Lees and Ryan Campbell and just get their thinking as to where this is going. Because this now, after this over, it does take it down to the 70 over mark. Oh, Potts has struck on the gloves. Shaf Ghaffari just down in front of us, coming back from his practice. We said Durham take on Durham University. Potts edges down to third. Not in control. Another run to the total. Yeah, Durham, second 11 will be taking on Durham University down at the racecourse ground this week. .310 the lead. 172 for 8. Ben Raine quite happy to pick up a single and maybe a little bit of red ink. Be interesting to see if this is the last ball of the innings. I see movement. I see whites. No, it might be just a grey hoodie.
Got us on the edge of our seats here, Ash.
I'm up. I'm out of my seat. This is how excited I am. Watching a balcony. And Potts will just pick up a single there. Kent happy to give the single away.
I think Alex Lees is definitely in whites.
They're going to carry on.
Yeah, Kemar Roach is nowhere to be seen on that balcony. There's Ollie Robb, McKinney.
No pads on for Ollie. A few of the boys definitely ready to go.
Bel-Drummond also now plugging that gap at mid-wicket where Durham were milking singles. That is beautiful from Matthew Potts. Welcome boundary for Durham, and the England man showing his class. He has got a first-class century from a couple of years ago. On the lead now, 316.
Beautiful, that. Almost a straight pull shot. Was an opening batter, Matthew Potts, as a junior. More than capable with the bat, as you mentioned there. Not just the first, I'm sure it was 150 plus not out at Warwickshire. That's tickled away fine and tickled away for 4 from Ben Raine, which is a brilliant effort considering all 9 fielders are right out on the boundary. Will they declare? A question on everybody's lips. Will they declare?
I think it's got to be at the end of this over if they're going to do it with the 10 minutes.
Otherwise at lunch maybe, yeah.
Yeah, with 10 minutes I would give you 1 over before lunch. But then based on the balcony shot we got, not everyone was out there in whites, like a declaration was imminent. So I would guess after this ball, or we will probably see Durham bat until lunch if they don't lose a further wicket. Bouncer to finish. 9 from the over. Lead is 321. And they're going to keep going.
Tactical drink being bought out for Ben Raine. That's Matthew Potts who grabs the drink. Yeah, balcony watchers. There's not a lot happening there either.
Kent's first innings out of interest was over in 55.2 overs. So Potts will flick this one away for 1. I don't think Durham will be taking it that far down, but as you mentioned, a 10-minute changeover. You would think now it's going to be at lunch, maybe to keep those 2 overs in check.
.322 the lead now. Thinking of a second. Tucks this around the corner. I'll pick up another single. Probably what this is showing is going to be the value of that new ball as well. Scrambling away. Potts again defends. 1 ball left in this over from Joey Everson. Potts gets a thick inside edge on that. They'll pick up at least 1 and they'll settle for that. 188 for 8 after 48 overs, leading by 326. They're going to carry on, so it might be the fact that they're back all the way through to lunch and save those 2 overs. See the Kent fielders even looking up at the Durham balcony. Big Grant Stewart to continue from the Lumley end.
I've added 105 so far this session. And you'd think now, Ash, it'd be a lunchtime change of innings.
Yeah, we've been guessing all morning, and to be honest, I haven't got a thing right. Potts tucks this one away. It's easy to speculate when you've got no skin in the game, I guess. And there's no consequence for me getting a decision wrong. Raine drives, hits it in the gap, out on the offside. I think of a second. Feeling it's northeast out there, does the work. Just the one. Potts on the up. Can't beat Crawley, that looks like, in the covers. And now all the scouts go out. Everybody on the boundary. Leading by 328, Durham. Potts cuts this away out into the offside. I'll pick up another single. Moves himself onto 14. And Durham's lead onto 329.
That is glorious timing from Matthew Potts. Rocked off the back foot, through extra cover, races to the boundary. Lead goes over 330.
Beautiful punch off the back foot from Potts. Hitting that gap through cover and mid-off. Doesn't get much better than that.
And hoiks it leg side for 4 more.
Oh, you thought you went early there, didn't you?
Nah, had it covered, mate. That just goes past the man at mid-wicket. I think it's Compton. Made a diving grab attempt to his right-hand side, but goes past him. He now drops back to a regulation mid-wicket. Potts takes 1.
200 up for Durham. 338 now in front.
Charge down the wicket there from Potts.
Yeah, zero control. 6.
Yeah, pick that one out. Lead goes to 3-4-5. 207 for 8. That's a remarkable shot.
Yeah. As soon as that left the bat, it was 6. Beautiful flick of the wrist from Ben Raine.
I think Chris Benjamin's just called for the helmet.
I might even go to McKinney here just to try and fire through a couple of overs to get that the over rate down to 0.
Yeah, you bang on, Ash.
About time I got something right this morning.
Broken
Just
clock.
looking at the numbers here, Kent are going to have to score if they knock this off at over 5 and over, so you'd almost have to take that out of the equation. 346 that lead. You'd have to say that now Durham look like they're going to declare at lunch.
It's going to come round the wicket as well to Potts. Are really going to try and take the offside out of it.
He'll try and get through this over as quickly as possible. Driven by Potts for a single. Ben Raine happy just to nurdle that into the leg side. For another one. But you can see here, mission is all about the clock. McKinney trying to get through this over as quickly as possible. His fielders aren't even in position and he's running into bowl. As Potts drives that down the ground, it'll just be the single. Saw Compton racing in there. He was nowhere near in his position. So what Kent are trying to do here is just to get one more over in. He's got through it nice and quickly without much damage. That ends the over. 211 for 8. Durham lead by 349. We've got time for at least one more, potentially 2 more overs, which I guess is the reason they've tried to get McKinney on in that over. What are your thoughts, Rob? If you were skipper, if you had the stripes of Durham, would you have declared by now?
I like to be in the position you're in, and when there's nothing riding on the nothing riding on the result.
No, you're captain. Everything's riding on it.
I think I would have by now.
Okay.
I think I would have looked for 2, maybe 3 overs before lunch. Just give them that awkward little period where you're not really sure whether you want to just block out 18 balls or maybe try and get a few runs on, and you don't really get your eye in. Oh my Lord, Matthew Potts!
Did you see the way he held the pose there? My goodness me.
That is an extraordinary shot for 6.
That will be the screensaver on his phone by tonight.
50 partnership up as well between these two in 52 balls in just under half an hour.
I feel sorry for Holly. He's going to be talking Holly through that tonight. Holly will not have a clue what he's going on about or care. It's a beautiful shot from Matthew Potts.
He held the pose and ran down the wicket holding the pose as well. Pulls that one leg side to deep mid wicket for 1. But yeah, with 2 or 3 overs before lunch, you don't really get a chance to get an eye in. You're just thinking about surviving till that break, and Durham would have packed the slip cord in 4, maybe even 5. Potts would definitely be one of those opening bowlers. And Ben Raine loses his off pole, not for the first time. This morning we've seen that. He goes for 43. Looks like we will see Kumar Roach. I'm not sure if he's aware of that.
Be interesting to see if he's padded up. They're the kind of times where, you go, all right, I'll just take everything off now. Or you might have one pad on.
Umpire.
I guess what this will do is this will drag it out. No, he's coming down. He's coming down. But excellent knock from Ben Raine. Durham just had a little wobble this morning. He and Casey Aldridge put on an excellent partnership to steer Durham to relative safety, and now along with Matthew Potts puts him into a position where you feel that only Durham can win this game. Kumar Roach cruises out onto the ground. Like I say, was probably just about to take his pads off.
Do Kent now take the extra half hour? Take more time out the game?
I think even if Durham can declare now, it
lunch.
Would be lunch, yeah. The clock strikes 1. My thoughts have immediately turned to lunch, I'm not going to lie.
That's because you know what it is for lunch as well.
But Everson picking up his first wicket of the game, 1 for 37 for him. Kumar says, not past me. Nice knock that from Ben Raine, 43. What a beautiful whip it was away just for 6 in that the over before as well. I'm keeping a little bit low. What is happening here?
Kent are entitled to take the extra half an hour if Durham
they've got to go
down.
off. They've got to declare. Yeah. There you have it. The declaration comes. Durham 2-1-8 for 9. Kent's mission after lunch will be to get to 3-5-7 or to bat out the remaining overs in the day's play. I didn't see what it got down to. It was about 66 overs left in the day's play. So there's the numbers. 3-5-7 to win. Durham need to take 10 wickets in 66 overs. It's been a fascinating morning of cricket there. Kent definitely won that first hour, picking up 5 for 35 and putting Durham under some real pressure. Durham responded with partnerships from Casey Aldridge and Ben Raine, and then with Matthew Potts, they've got them to a substantial lead. And now time will tell whether Durham have left their declaration too late or whether it's just back in around 35 minutes, the afternoon session.
England men and women are in town again this summer, and tickets remain on sale for England women against New Zealand and England men against Sri Lanka. Head to the website now, or to the welcome hub to secure your tickets and see the world's best in action chest history. The Durham Cricket Bookstore is back open for 2026. This can once again be found in the media centre and is open on all county championship match days, 45 minutes before the start of play and during the lunch break. 2026 memberships are available to purchase from the box office and welcome hub. Head in and secure yours now with an exciting summer of cricket in store. Further reminder that there is a 15 over women's friendly against Warwickshire
Welcome back. In case you missed the end of the morning session, Durham have declared on 218 for 9. So Kent come out to the middle to chase 357 or more likely bat out the majority of the 66 overs that we have left in the day for a draw. In case you are wondering, because Durham declared at lunch, they do not lose the 2 overs for a change of innings. So that is why it's 66 and not 64. Ben Compton and Zach Crawley are the Kent openers out in the middle. Zach Crawley will take strike, which is a change from the first innings when it was Ben Compton. And Kemar Roach has the new Duke's ball in hand. From the Finkel end, Durham starting with just the 2 slips to the England international. Looks like Ashley's taking your favourite guard of off stump that we've been talking about throughout the day.
Yeah, that's really shit. He looks well outside off stump there, actually.
Kemar Roach to get the Kent reply underway. Thuds into the pad and will immediately be a leg by and another no ball as well for Kemar. So Kent already 3 off the first ball.
Kemar Roach picked up the wicket of Ben Compton in that first innings. LBW gets some shape away from the left-hander. Excuse me. Just like that.
Beauty from the experienced international.
We are blessed.
First appearance of the season.
I've talked about this guy all morning.
To be fair, I think he had more important things on his mind than coming and chatting to us. Maybe chatting to me. Talking to you, maybe he's...
I was going to say, what? Oh, and that is a left-hander's nightmare. That ball angles in and swings away. Ryan Campbell, good afternoon.
G'day, gents. How you doing?
Very well, mate. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad.
There's a lot of pennies for your thoughts going on, as I can imagine, pre-lunch.
Oh, yeah. It's been one of those days.
It's been one of those weeks. Welcome back to the County Championship season. Roach is in again. Nicely played by Compton. Yeah, a lot of discussion. I guess the declaration at lunch would have involved not losing the 2 overs in the day's play.
Yeah, for sure. I guess losing 5 wickets in a bit of a rush slowed us down a little bit. But, look, I think what we didn't want to be guilty of is getting frustrated at losing a day and then rushing the decision and biting off a bit more than you can chew.
Yeah, just take a breath and...
Yeah, like, no disrespect to Kent, but we've pretty much dominated these first 2 days and, suddenly you get a bit frustrated and, you know me, I love the declaration and looking to win, but you also got to think, what is reasonable? What's a reasonable target to set? How many overs do we think it's going to take us to, give ourselves a chance of winning the game?
Lovely areas from Roach. And did those 5 wickets come into it? I guess you would have liked to have accelerated a little bit more this morning than the scoreboard suggested.
Yeah, true, but it was one of those ones where I think we always had a target in mind anyway. So I think losing those wickets, we were still scoring at, 4.5 and over or something. So it wasn't like we had slowed down to a crawl. But, it was interesting because the facts are we didn't know what this wicket was going to do. Like, we don't know. When we feel it's fit for play, and so do the umpires, and the groundsman Vic's done a great job to get the ground back into condition to play, and not just Vic, but the whole of Durham staff.
Indeed,
the bloody scaffolding came down, and tiles on the roof were going everywhere.
Potts lines up Crawley.
Firstly, it was a health and safety, conversation. I don't know about you. I didn't get much sleep on Saturday night.
She was blowing hard, wasn't she?
Yeah, my house was getting battered. But look, could we have played at some point yesterday? That's always debatable. But the decision was to give the wicket every chance to to dry out, and that's done that, and we got cricket.
We do indeed, as Potts comes into Crawley. Is there two noises? Is that bat onto pad, or is it two pads? Durham are convinced. Crawley, to be fair to him, you're not going to play poker against that because he did not move. And Durham move on. Saying it was bat into pad. First of all, the umpire by the look of it.
Lads look pretty confident, weren't
They did indeed. They did indeed. I'll tell you what, we've obviously, well, I was going to say 4 days into the season. Matthew Potts has bowled as well as I've seen him bowl here for the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's really encouraging, isn't it? The outswing is back, which is something he's really worked hard on. Yeah, it's really important for Matthew. I reckon, over the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a lot said. And again, I'm definitely not jumping on the bandwagon. I'm just bashing England. But there has been a lot said about their fast bowlers, about bowling faster. They want 85 miles an hour. So for someone like Matthew, how does he get to 85 miles an hour? Does he, he goes to the gym and gets bigger, and then suddenly you get told, well, maybe you're too big, and you lose your skill. But credit to him, he's gone away and worked really hard on getting that outswinger back, and that makes the one that comes back, more of a dangerous threat. And he has to be skillful, and that's what he is. That's when I came to the club, and before that, the couple of years that he's had before that was his skill. We all know he can work hard and bowl long spells, but you still got to be very skillful. And I think that's like a Sam Cooke is that in that same sort of boat, who does it day in, day out, and challenges both edges, and does a really good job for his team.
Trying to tempt Crawley there. So he must be really pleased with the way that the boys have kind of put these 2 and a bit days of cricket together. They've got a good first innings total and bowled well. I guess probably been massively critical. The only X against the boys will be a couple of drop chances, but they've played some nice cricket so far.
Yeah, you got to take into account too, we lost the toss. We definitely wanted to bowl first too.
Another shout from Potts, but umpires unmoved, but a maiden over to start. 3 without loss.
Yeah, it's you go through pre-season, you work hard, you're coming off a year, and again, I'll say it up front, we weren't good enough last year. We had a season that we'd like to forget, and we let ourselves down and our fans down. And the one thing that we're not going to do is hide. We're going to say, we're going to own that, and that's what we've done all pre-season. We've worked to try and change, a few little things that we felt crept into our game, and again, you don't know until you get back out there and start playing. And, there's obviously a real hunger from this team to set things right.
Thick edge, guided down to third, and that will run away for 4. What must please you as well is the availability of your players compared to last year.
Well,
not hard.
Touch wood, because we're only one game in. But like I say, it's pleasing to start off okay, but it doesn't going to make a season. It looks like results already are going to go. A couple of teams look like they're going to win, and we know how hard this second division is. So it's not just going to happen for us. But I do believe that, if our players play anywhere near their optimum, we're going to put ourselves in positions to win games. It doesn't always guarantee that you can win those games, but, if you're in the ascendancy more than, last year we found we're trying to dig our ways out of trouble. If we're the ones, throwing the opposition into the hole, hopefully we can ask them the questions.
Roach trying to get that to swing, going full over pitches, and Compton has been prolific over the last few seasons for Kent. Puts that away comfortably through the covers for 4.
Yeah, he's been such a good player. He's another one of those openers who stack up the runs, and it's easy to, when I look at the opposition players, you look at guys who have had good years, and it's easy, just like I say, easy to jump on Kent and say, oh, how bad they were last year. Well, this bloke was the leading run scorer in the competition in a team that was performing not very well. So, that's great credit to him, and, you know what you're going to get from him. So, we obviously respect this top order very, very much so from Kent. They've got some guys there that can hurt you in a lot of different ways. So, this game we're going to have to bowl extremely well in these 2 final sessions to give ourselves a chance to create 10 opportunities.
Hearing the voice of Ryan Campbell, who's joined us this afternoon. We've been waiting for days for this moment, but obviously there's been a bit going on the last couple of days. But no, it's always good to get your voice and your opinion on what's going on, mate. We really value that.
I love all the keyboard warriors are having a crack at me ever because we batted on too long.
Yeah, I was one of them.
Last year I get yelled at for declaring too early.
Yeah. That one, just a little bit of extra bounce and nip from Kemar Roach. And how's Kemar settled into the group?
Yeah, like a glove, really. He, he's got a guy who's got so much experience, and being in different dressing rooms. It's one of those. It's pretty tough to walk into a different place and just feel like you're at home. And I got to say, over the last 6 or 7 days since he's been here, everyone has warmed to him extremely well, and he's just fitted in. Even booted old Scotty Borthwick out of his spot. So he's
has he warmed to the northeast? Is the word warm?
I'm not convinced. Well, 20 degrees on Wednesday. What are you on about? Cracking the flags.
Oh,
that is a beauty. As you mentioned, Ash, and as we mentioned at the Durham bowling innings, this is really good from Potts.
Yeah, I just thought, I think Potsy's one of those, and Ryan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, who just needs to bowl overs, and I don't think he's had the rhythm of playing enough cricket when he's been in and out of England squads, and he comes back and he almost tries too hard, I think, at times. He just looks like he's settled and relaxed and got some really, really nice rhythm here. And challenging both edges.
Both edges. That's the key. You just and again you just got to maintain your patience here, because it's very easy that you'd think, beat this side, that side. I've just got to pitch it up a bit more. I've got to do something else, and suddenly they go whack whack, and you 8 off the over, and sort of frustration starts to build. So that's one of the areas we've really spoken about is the patience of our fast bowlers, and giving yourself a chance by just trucking in and getting it in the area.
This is superb.
And challenging the opposition, challenging batters, making them have to make a decision on, play, not play, forward, back. I think at times last year, and again, this is, it's not easy to say, but, we were underdone, and I hate using excuses, but we had so many injuries throughout the year, so we were continually trying to find a bowler who could, be the third or fourth quick and stand up for us. But they were young and inexperienced and, injured most of the time. So them coming in and, they're going at runs, and then suddenly the plan goes out the door. And I think, again, credit to Vic, there's a lot more bounce and carry in this wicket. You get in, and at times I think we're just guilty of, I just got to bowl straight. But bowling straight, you're leaking both sides. And, sometimes, especially if you bowl full and short, and, we were going, I think there's a stat, the overs between 40 and 80, we were going at almost 4 and over and not getting wickets. And, that's a worry. And again, that's a tough period on a flat wicket, and especially with set batters. If you can't control the run rate, you're always going to be, pushing it uphill. So, it's an area of our game that we hope that we can adjust to, and there's going to be different people who'll bowl during that period. Obviously, we haven't played a spinner here, but down the track, obviously, Callum Parkinson will be given that opportunity to bowl some important overs. So yeah, I guess they're the bits that we're trying to work on.
Crawley eventually gets off the mark, just one from Potts' opening 2 overs. Kent 12 without loss.
Mentioned a little bit about spin, and we did the members forum the other night. You joked that actually you met 2 of your fast bowlers the night before a game. It was 3, was it? Sorry, the night before a game. Was it Worcester away?
Worcester away.
Yeah. Jake Ball. I'm trying to think who else is in there.
Blatherwick.
And Cody Youssef.
That's the one.
Yeah, so incredible run of luck with injuries, but we've also seen spin play a part in the early round. So this first round, we've seen Critchley in Division 1 take 5, and Mason Crane picked up some wickets. So there's some spin knocking around. Isn't
I love watching that. You don't want it all stacked up in one way, but again, not going too hard, not being bloody political. If you're playing first week of April, a lot of times these wickets, even if it doesn't, you don't think it's going to spin. Our decision came down to the stat that if you lose 50 overs in a game of cricket, the spinner doesn't have an effect on the game because there's no holding role. Basically, you're all out trying to take wickets to force a result. So
your seamers have the best chance of doing that.
And that's what it came down to. The forecast said that there was a chance we were going to miss those overs. So that's how we rolled with it. But I can say, I'm not revealing anything here. We're a team that we want to play a spinner, and we want to give that opportunity to Parky, and with our attack how it is, if we continue to rotate, it's why Casey Aldridge will be so important for us as well, that we can mix and match and change it up a bit. But, I look at it, and I know it's only the first game of the year, and the second team playing on Wednesday against Durham University, but... I was watching out here at lunchtime, and you had, Archie Bailey, you had Sam Connors, you had Lukey Robinson, you had James Minto. I reckon.
And you throw Schaff and Driz into that bowling mix as well.
Yeah, it's nice to see those guys up and running and ready to go. Let's get some cricket into them. I've no doubt that some other teams will be sitting there watching, going, Jesus, where are all those quicks coming from? But we know things change very quickly. We thought Daniel Hogg going to Australia would have been, coming back ready to go, but unfortunately got injured in the very last game he was there. And suddenly you can think, well, that's not what we're after. We think we've got lots of batters as well, but then suddenly Will Rhodes is pulled out of the squad, and Badger's actually Scotty Borthwick's bloody sore from all the throwing he's been doing, so he's unavailable. He's hurt himself.
Whipped away by Crawley, and that will run away for 4.
You blame Ben Stokes for that?
Pretty much. So suddenly there's there might be some opportunities there for some young batters to find their way into the squad, and again that's exciting too.
Yes, another good battery of fast bowlers coming through in that academy as well. When you look at Harmison, young Charlie Harmison, and you saw Zach Maudsley make a little debut last week. Got Will Alexander. There's a few knocking around and knocking on the door, which is really exciting for the future.
Yeah, so we had Charlie Harmison bowl to our guys in the middle wicket the day before the university game, and he's a young kid. Obviously, the pedigree's pretty good.
Indeed.
But again, he's had some injuries last year, and he's still just a young boy. So we're obviously trying to take really good care of him. But it was noticeable that some of our batters were making comments about his ball speed, and he's a big, tall kid, and he's grown again this winter. Yep. People are making comments. We saw Will Alexander in the nets, who's filled out and suddenly is a massive unit. And we're excited to see what he does, because he bats obviously as well as can run in and bowl fast. And obviously then we saw Zach Maudsley last week in the Durham Uni game. So yeah, they're the exciting one that Will Gidman will be working with. He's got a massive job there, and we trust him, without doubt. Coming in after Johnny Windows, who was so fantastic for so long. And Giddo is now the custodian of all our kids. Yep. And the facts are, a club like Durham, we still need to develop our own, and we'll always try and give those opportunities for kids. Like I've said, yes, we've brought in a couple of players where we've seen there's been some holes that we need to develop in, but generally we'll always look to our academy.
It's hitting the pitch hard. And then you throw in, we mentioned the quicks, but you've got some exciting all-rounders, and one in Luke Symington and Robbie Bowman, Owen Harwood, who's had a little bit of unlucky run with injuries as well, but there's some real bright prospects coming through Will Gidman's system. Yeah,
and mate, I'd throw young Twitty into that as well.
Absolutely.
Opens the batting and bowls
left arm spin.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some good stuff there. Faizan is a young opening batter who I really like as well.
Yep. Traditional opening batter.
So yeah, again, that's the opportunities that we'll look for them down the line, and something Northie and I always talk about is trying to future-proof this squad. And when you look at we brought in Archie Bailey, people might think, oh well, why'd you do that? But it's another 20-year-old who we believe it can really bowl.
Yep.
And then we add in Robinson, Hogg, Minto. Suddenly you've got a crop for the I guess we hope the next decade.
And then going from the young guys you've just spoken about to the more experienced guys who got not just the bowlers but the leadership group this year. Obviously, spoken about maybe giving Alex a bit more support in the leadership group. Ben Raine stepping up to be official vice captain. I think we spoke at Media Day. Casey's already been voted into that leadership group. Who else is sort of in that core group around Alex?
Yeah, I should know that, shouldn't I? Ben McKinney was voted in as a future leader, which the leadership group wasn't just about a popularity contest about let's say we need a leadership group, let's throw everyone in. We don't want, the players got to vote and the coaching staff got to vote. But the last thing we wanted to do was suddenly you have, 6 leaders all 33 years of age. So we actually made some criteria where we wanted 2 future leaders. We wanted 2, experienced first team players, and then we wanted 2 guys who are squad players who have been sort of in and out, but can also, the way they go about it can affect not just the first team but the second team as well. So that was the criteria, and then the voting was very, it was very simple. It was very clear for everyone to see. That was really exciting to. Firstly, you had to nominate yourself. So you actually had to go, you know what, I want to have a piece of that. But then to add to it, and the thing for Northie and I, which we were very clear on, what's in it for them? It's one of those things that I think sometimes, we just think leaders just develop themselves, or, well, he's the next captain because, well, he's a good batter or he can bowl or he's always been in the team. But, we have to help them. We have to, help develop them. So, that's part of the leadership, I guess, group. We're also working with them with, trying to help them, getting them to listen to different people, different speakers, different ways to look at our culture and how we develop this team. And yeah, it's been an interesting process. And like I say, it just shows someone like Casey, who's come from outside the club, has spent some T20 games with us last year, and people got to know him. But then pre-season, and mate, he was it was a landslide what the voting figures for him. Ben McKinney, like I say, is another youngster who got selected into that.
Oh, Roach gets the edge from Crawley, runs away to the fence. Wonder did it carry?
It died just short, didn't it? I think.
Think so, yeah.
It did, yeah. I guess third slip, but it's probably hard to have a third slip because we felt that to drive is quite hard at the minute, and we figure cover is actually a catching position. So
generally in-swing bowler as well, isn't he?
Yeah, an in-swinger.
I tell you what, you talk about Casey and just the all-round impact that he's had. He's played a handful of T20 games, and just in this small sample this week, like marshalling the tail, and then impressive with ball, and we've seen what a great fielder he is, mate.
Yeah, I've probably overplayed his fielding, but I think, in all honesty, I reckon behind Jacob Bethel, I haven't seen a better fielder in England than him. And I know there's some good ones around, but yeah, he's up there for sure. So the other ones in the leadership group, who else can I get? Oh, George Drizzle was selected and Callum Parkinson was selected. And then obviously Ben Raine and the People's Champ, Graham Clark.
I thought Cal would have been banned from the leadership group because of his football performances.
Well, we can't not allowed to play football anymore because there was too many injuries. So
he got given a life.
Yeah, he got given a life.
That one runs up to the captain at mid-on. And was that one of the things that you and Marcus went away, and that was a little bit of the soul-searching thing in the off-season? Maybe not directly part of the soul-searching, but that leadership group, was it something that you guys felt needed that refresh?
Well, not just a refresh. I think it's very easy to say we got relegated, sack the captain in England, sack the coach, which is, I've no doubt my spot was up for grabs. And no doubt, there's lots of emotion around the time of when it all happened. But what I would say that I'm very proud of is that everyone took a breath, the board especially. We had meetings and chatted about things. And at the very first one, there was emotion flying.
I was going to
left,
say,
right,
I
and
bet there
centre.
was some uncomfortable
Yeah,
moments. So
there was some uncomfortable moments, and but you got to go through that. And it was interesting when we met again, and probably 2 or 3 months later, that when the emotion had sunk and stopped.
Oh, and there he is. The hands of Aldridge. Safe as houses at second slip. Roach finds Compton's edge. Durham have their first 21 for 1. Durham need 9 further wickets.
Good bowling to a lefty. Just that movement, bit of movement through the air, which again was one of those things we spoke about. We were too reliant on the wobble seam. Where if you can swing the ball in the air, and that's an excellent start. And the numbers that were spat out in the first innings, we had more swing than we had the whole of last year. So, that's a really big wicket, because we know how good Compton is, and like I say, Zach Crawley as well. So if we can put them under pressure early, we hope that there's a bit of, oh no, not again.
We have seen wickets fall in clusters as well on this pitch.
Yeah. So I guess getting back to the leadership stuff, it's, you go through a situation, like I say, emotions run high, but again, I'm always giving him a rap, and I don't know why, because he's probably my boss, but that's where someone like Marcus North is so important, because he's a cricket person, not just the director of cricket. He's been there, he's done it, he's lived through those experiences of bad stuff and good stuff, and being able to sit down and calmly go through everything and work things out. And like I said, it could have been easy for us. It probably was the easier decision to say, Alex Lee's got to go, but I feel he's the best captain in our club. I think he's a leader, and I think that we hadn't given him enough help. I reckon last year throughout the season, when things were going wrong, everyone stepped away and took a step back instead of leaning in. And so we wanted to make it very clear that we're going to have a group that's always going to be there for him. And, like I say, I just think Alex Lees is the guy that should be given the opportunity to lead us back into, Division 1. So, they rightly or wrongly, everyone can have their opinions, don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, it should have always been Alex Lees to stay, and that's how we've worked it, and that's how we've done it. But again, not just saying he's the captain, everything is in his hands. That we've built some stuff in to help him as well and take a bit of the load off him, and hopefully it all goes well.
Excellent stuff. Ryan Campbell with us here. Oh, Northeast just playing a little bit away from his body early doors there. Batted beautifully in the first innings. Sam Northeast really held that Kent first innings together.
He
94.
He did indeed. Obviously, like any, in an innings like this, on a wicket that was giving the bowlers some assist, you need a bit of luck. And there was obviously a couple of LBW decisions that, we will say that we're out, they will say they're not out, and that'd be the same with Emilio Gay's innings. There was a couple of close shouts, but you need a bit of luck, and I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, I thought his footwork, just in particular, especially to Ben Raine, he was really committed to using his feet and getting out there and trying to gate any movement, and we know Ben Raine's prolific with movement off the seam.
You could see that, couldn't you? That he was doing everything he could to get outside the line. Yeah. And that's where there was a couple of, obviously close yells. But I thought he did a really nice job. But again, that's where in a second innings, if you can just knock over the guy that made the run, suddenly, everyone else can be, oh no, what's going on here? And I've got to say, that, don't get me wrong, I didn't enjoy us losing 5 wickets in a clump, but the one positive from that is that I've no doubt Kent were looking, going, oh my God, this wicket is terrible. Like it's literally a minefield now. So, a few mind games doesn't always hurt you.
Some mind games going on with that front foot from Matt Milnes, who checked it just about after every ball that he bowled. And then took about half an hour to get any sawdust down, but there you go. bowling from the same end as Potts is bowling from now.
I think it shows that wicket the importance of partnership bowling, of, Roach and Potts opening this innings up. Potts not going for many from his end allows Kemar to have the confidence of I can keep going aggressive as well. And we saw it with Ben Raine and Casey Aldridge, that those guys kept the pressure on as well. And especially when Potts had that marathon stint against Mieye, having those guys able to back him up and just keep that pressure going. Yes, you're bowling on your own, but you're also bowling for the guy that's going to be following you down the other end in order to keep that team game going.
Yeah, 100%. It's we always talk about bowling in partnerships. Sometimes you got to suck up your ego, and if it's happening at the other end, well, you just got to make sure that you're just making it really tough at your end. So, the other thing that is worth a comment that I reckon I can't remember the last time we played games of cricket and Ben Raine didn't get the new ball. It's like we still got him up our sleeve, which is something that we spoke, and it won't happen every time. This is, we've had conversations around this as well, but I think because Roach swings the ball so much, and obviously we want Potter to, still put his hand up to play for England, which I think at the minute it's important that he, gets the new ball. But, last year I think there were times where Potts and Raine had to bowl too much with the new ball because we were a bit nervous of what was coming next, and they probably bowled more overs than literally too many overs. But
that's a lovely shot. Really nice from Crawley. Leans into it.
It's a great chase.
Yeah, very well pulled up by the fielders, and they'll come back for 3.
Potts, after bowling an over, absolutely storming down to help his mate out there. Backed up by the skipper. 25 now for 1. Nice shape there from Crawley. Looked like Roach was just trying to get that one to shape away from the right-hander a little bit there, just slightly. His natural strength is to swing the ball in. But yeah, good problems to have, mate. You've got good options now. You've got Ben Raine to bowl first change. And again, I had a good chat to Casey Aldridge. Might have been yesterday morning, actually. And he just said, yeah, I was really conscious on trying to get the ball to swing. He says, but I've got more gears than that. So he was quite happy to tell me he can bowl faster than what he was bowling there yesterday. Again, you can see North East really conscious of trying to be on the move and get outside that off stump. And I guess what you're looking for from a bowling attack, and we've got 4 right arm seamers, but they all offer something a little bit different. And I guess you've got options in backup, haven't you, when you're looking at a left arm of Minto. You've got a bit of ball speed with Luke Robinson. You've got height with Dan Hogg. So it's just kind of looking at each wicket as it comes, I guess. Yeah,
for sure. It's that's why Minto was in this squad. When we have 4 right arm fast bowlers, I felt Minto got the nod in front of probably Sammy Connors and Luke Robinson because he's a left armer. It's something a bit different, and let me tell you, he's swinging the ball more than he ever has as well, which is really exciting to see. There's some options for us down the line, but hopefully we get to a position where we're bringing these kids in when we want to, not because
when you're forced.
Yeah, because everyone's broken down.
Oh, that is
a
beautiful delivery.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know if that's flicked the back pad. I think it might have been too good. Roach turned around. Everybody else seemed more convincing Kemar Roach.
That looks good appeal.
The lads behind the stumps were convinced, that is for sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just flicked the back leg or the back pad on the way through. Serious delivery though from Kemar Roach. Those ones that angle in, the batter's got to play and it just
nips
just
away.
Holds.
Umpire seems quite certain, so that to me that's a good decision. Or I don't know if it's on or ours. I've always say about, and again, as a coach, you're not allowed to say anything about umpires, of course, but I'm all about confidence in how they give their decision. If he was shaking his head straight away, he's seen that. He's said, nope, no thanks, which is, to me, okay. Like we say, we don't know if it's out or not out, but as long as they're confident, keeping control of the game, no issue with me.
I'll ask you a question off air around that dead ball then. And again, good areas from Kemar Roach. It's an excellent over, some good batting, lovely back foot punch from Northeast, and a nice drive from Crawley, and a couple of excellent deliveries from Kemar Roach. Good battle this, 29 for 1. Still 57 overs left in the day's play.
See, I don't get it. I don't read the... I should not come up here. I'm starting to read some of your comments that you get from these people. What's the Goldilocks zone? Find the Goldilocks zone.
Maybe it's seats.
Is that?
I don't know.
Copying it.
Yeah, I got it this morning as well, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The makeup of the middle order this year, well, not this year, but this game to start with, Cambo, going with Clarkey at 5, obviously Will Rhodes that late withdrawal, Colin Ackerman slides in at 6 and Robbo at 7. As Potts and Crawley re-engage, what's the thinking behind your makeup so far?
It's given us lots of sleepless nights over winter, let me tell you that one for free. The facts are that Graham Clark's got the third most runs over the last 3 years, and he's averaging about 45, so I think he deserves to be the next batsman, if you know what I mean, behind the 3 openers and Bedingham. And then, so if we were going to pick Clark as the next batter, well, we felt that we had to give him the opportunity to bat at 5. He's always pretty much batted at 6 and 7 for a while now. And I guess one of the things we looked into as well is his numbers, his scoring rates, which is something you never really talk about with Graham Clark, but his scoring rates actually go down when he's batting with the tail. So that was an interesting one for me. And you know, speaking in his appraisal, he was very keen to be in more of the thick of the action to try and set up games to win instead of either trying to save them or, you know, battling away. So yeah, that was the case there. And of course, Will Rhodes finished the season really well. He obviously started a bit poorly for us, but that happens. And I think that 150 against Worcester was a nice innings, and then he's hit the ground running here, and you know he's been going really well. And of course, Colin Ackerman, who was the Cricketer of the Year 2 years ago, started the season with 200s last year, and unfortunately fell away to the point where he lost his spot in the team. And again, that's a tough one, because we're sitting there going, when we first picked the squad, that it was going to be Ackers who missed out. Mate, blokes made 30 first-class hundreds or something. It's like, can we really leave a guy out who's got 30
serious numbers?
But that's how we went. We have to be ruthless as well with ourselves. We have to think, we're not going to try and, accommodate everyone. The facts are, this is the setup of our side. Casey Aldridge has been brought in to change our makeup of our team. And like I say, Casey will bat higher. The goal for him and for us at some point, Casey will bat at number 6. That's his view. He wants to be a genuine all-rounder, and that's what will happen at some point. But, Robbo is another one who's made so many runs and just was a little bit up and down last year. But we feel that, if he bats, if he's the last batter, so to speak, 6 or 7, he's going to bat fast with the tail. And the tail, we feel, is not really a tail, because you got the like of Aldridge, Raine, and Potts, who can all bat.
Wow. Zach Crawley can bat as well.
Good shot. That's
a really good shot from the England international. Ends the over with the boundary 33 for 1.
Yeah, so that's I guess that's some of the thought process in it. It's going to be a battle all the time. For instance, if we played Kel Parkinson here, we probably would have left the batter out. So that's tough as well. So if you want to be a good team, everyone can talk about our squad, but we have to manage it to find the best combination to what we think, and that'll change between wickets and opposition and stuff like that. So there's a real, I guess, not a pressure, but it kind of is a pressure that those guys who are in that spot have to be scoring runs, because I've tried to create a situation where the environment has been, we backed everyone to the hilt, and we don't want to drop players. We want to give them that chance to show them that we're really backing them. But maybe that was gone on a bit too long for a couple of people, and when you have so many good players now waiting in the wings, if blokes are scoring runs and someone isn't, unfortunately the axe might fall a bit quicker than what it has in the past.
Ben Raine replacing Kemar Roach from the Finkel end, and Sam Northeast greeting him with a drive through cover point. So he gets his innings underway.
That's probably a better length, a bit of a better line as well.
Just presents such a good seam there. All I was just fixated on that seam all the way down the wicket.
Well, it's interesting because with Northeast, like we spoke about before, he's trying so hard to get outside the line. So then you can maybe drag him a little bit wider to try and get him to play at balls that he may not have on another occasion.
I do have a genuine question for you, even though you probably...
Oh God, what's this?
No. Have you ever seen so many bat on off stump as what you've seen now?
Yeah, it's there's a real... Everyone's trying to own the corridor, aren't they? And trusting themselves to hit the ball if it comes back, and not get hit on the pad, so to speak. But yeah, it's an interesting one because I think it's really important where your head is, not where your feet are at times. I think some batters, think that they're batting on off stump, but then suddenly they're batting on about full stump for where their head ends up.
So Crawley here, his feet are actually his back foot. He's outside off stump. I keep saying they are big feet, but that back foot is probably outside off stump. So again, and that's something for him who loves to access the offside. I get surprised at, but I know that from watching a few of his dismissals, he's been shinned a few times as well. So that's probably playing on his mind. But it's just something I've seen creep in more and more into the game is people really batting on off stump.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like, obviously, I watch so much cricket now, and as Aussie as you can get. And yes, I barracked for Australia in the Ashes, and yes, I was very happy. And yes, I haven't reminded Rob that we won 4-1 very often. But the thing is, I am invested in English cricket, right? So I want England to do well. Obviously, we've got the captain here, and I've watched this bloke for a long time now. The amount of pressure on this guy every time he walks out to bat.
So he's the first English cricketer that I've felt sorry for. I said that the other day. Oh, and has he been shinned again? That one might have done too much. Ben Raine is convinced of that. Absolutely convinced. Got the double teapot on. But again, has it just done too much? Oh, it's a good shout. And is it high? Crawley's a big man as well. If it hits Crawley on the knee roll, is it going over? It's tight.
Wow.
It's really tight. But Crawley gets the benefit of the doubt and survives.
Yeah, it's pretty close, that, eh?
Yep. Yep. Durham are convinced that was out. I think the coach is, but the coach can't really comment. He's already had a slap on the wrist a couple of years ago.
Good shout.
It is a very, very good shout.
But like I say, I'm not just saying this to make it up. It's like I actually have felt for Zach Crawley about the amount of pressure that he gets put under. And again, it's not his fault that he's getting picked. Like,
mate, took the words out of my mouth.
Of
I
course,
said that exactly the
you're
other
going to
day.
play and you're going to try and do well, and they see something in him, which is fine. But
he's lucky to still be there. 39 for 1, Kent.
Was that like you were talking about though, Ash? That Emilio needed early on in his innings. Sam Northeast got in his innings. Sort of the pitch almost. Again, you mentioned the pitch almost feels like there's a ball with your name on it at any point. So when you get those opportunities to just work this one away to leg, making the most of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you need a bit of luck, that's for sure.
As an opening batter in general, you need that. But I think Crawley, again, I don't know. I'm just not convinced of that guard of batting on off stump there.
Well, it's the interesting thing nowadays with the umpires' Hawkeye cameras. We get that footage straight away, so I'll be able to tell you if it was out or not.
3 slips, 4 pots as him and Crawley are locked in battle.
Oh, and that's close as well. And this one is gone.
They're not locked in battle anymore. Matthew Potts has Crawley for the second time in the game. He played nicely for his 20, got the luck that we were just talking about. But Potts in the end has the final battle. He picks up his first, his 4th of the game. Kent lose their second.
Just started to shape enough, didn't it, from Potts? I was initially thinking there, looked very leg stumpish. But he just got that to straighten nicely, Potts. And I think that looked good to me. It definitely looked good to the man sitting on my left.
I got to say, like, even if I'm barracking for Durham, and I know that they've got lots of Kent listeners and stuff. I'm watching the channel as well. As a cricket person, I think I'm very good at LBWs. I'm going to just say that. I'm going to put it out there. When I'm umpiring the nets, I don't get them wrong. Let me tell you.
Full track on.
I'm giving that out. Just straightened enough, and thudded in. It didn't just clip the pad. It was hitting pretty well on. But again, no doubt that's another headline that is going to go out there. But I just hope the guy, and I know Adam Hollyoak's a great guy, so I know that he'll be surrounded by good people. I honestly want good players to be playing well, and the more of those you have in the England setup, then I reckon great for cricket. There are so many good. This is what does. Now we're going to get political. This is what frustrates me.
Come on then,
right?
Here we go.
I've sat here and this is my 4th year of county cricket, and I've loved county cricket. I love the Sheffield Shield, but I've really enjoyed my time in Durham. Depending on which keyboard warrior you're listening to, I should be here or should not be here. But I'll say the same thing. There are so many good players playing the county game right now. You could reel off 10 or 12 players that are international bound. Like, if you pick them tomorrow, would they succeed? Probably. If they were given a bit of time. There's young batters. There's a 22-year-old, 21-year-old, James Roos. He's made 1200s already.
I saw that yesterday, 12th century.
And he bats at 3 as a wickie. There's guys. Then you got Jamie Smith.
England could pick an international side of wicket keepers, couldn't they?
Jamie Smith batting at 3 made a big 100 for Surrey. Fantastic.
Folks.
Mate, there's so many, and that's what disappoints me when I hear people rubbish the game. Like the county game, you've got to have a strong foundation if you want to be an international team. If you want to have a good international team. If you want to be number 1 in the world, top 2, top 3. It's why Australia's always backed themselves to keep producing players. It doesn't matter who it was in that Ashes, someone would step in, but they've done it over and over again in a tough competition, and it's not such a massive step away.
Here's another youngster, this guy, Mie. He's definitely one to keep an eye on in the future.
Definitely another good kid. But this is the thing, like, you can have your opinions about Rob Key and McCullum, but in my point, if it's not them, it's someone else, whoever it is. But at least they've had the conviction to say, this is how we want to do it. Not just, we want to be this or bit of that. At least they've gone, you know what, this is what we want to do. This is what we're going to try. And if it hasn't worked, yes, of course, you keep tinkering and filtering and changing a few little things. But it's not an easy job, that's for sure. And, like, I'll be honest, I enjoy listening to Rob Key. I think he's a guy who, you know, he's got a good cricket brain. Does he get everything right? Of course not. No one ever does. But to me, I think, geez, he's well worth listening to, and he's trying to put them in the right position.
They've got some strong characters leading that as well, haven't they, with regards to Ben and McCullum. Do you? I mean, I don't want to put you in the firing line here, but I'm gonna
get sacked again, am I?
Yeah. But there's been a few head coaches come out and said around the communication and stuff like that with England. Is that a bit different with you, with having Ben Stokes around the joint? Oh, yes, Ben Raine.
Let's forget about the England game. Let's talk about the county game. Ben Raine gets Sam North East, and that is the big one that Durham were looking for. Sam North East made 94 first go-around, makes 10 the second time, and Durham are breaking open this Kent top order.
That's a peach. That's really nipped back off the seam. And as Vic Domain does it beautifully, I don't know, just the least amount of moisture he can put in with those stumps, but the stumps fly.
He puts water in the holes because he knows that one of my little rituals is I put the stumps in.
Try and get them on your trainers.
I always enjoy that. And so they put enough water in to make sure it makes it look good.
Beautiful. Nothing finer, unless you're the batter who has to turn around and look to see his furniture removed.
Again, they're the sort of wickets that, you know, like I said, a guy who's made runs, you're looking for him to do it again, and suddenly if he gets one that, you know, nibbles a bit, suddenly it's
here we go.
But again, you know, they've still got a number of bats from the captain. Here is obviously a very good player, had another good season last year, so maybe a lot of work to do, that's for sure.
41 for 3 Kent. I think we'll kind of dismiss the target on there, which is 357, and we'll look at the magic numbers are 7 wickets required for Durham. And how many overs? I need my
53.4.
53, so still plenty of time left in the day. According to everybody here on the chat, there should have been more overs left in the day, Ryan, but we're just going to leave that one there.
Well, unfortunately, you can't make up overs on the last day.
Yeah, well, I think... So somebody asked us actually whether we thought Duckworth-Lewis was a good idea. I just think we don't manage the time well enough with losing a full day. Surely you get an extra hour back today. Oh, yeah, Ben Raine asking that question again of Bel-Drummond.
It's an interesting one because Duckworth-Lewis definitely not, because
Agree.
You know, it never works out. It's always in someone's favour or the other. Again, it's sadly it's one of the things about our game that does frustrate people. You know, we came off the ground for light, but the lights went on. Little things like that, but people don't quite understand. Like, so again, it's we do have to try and optimise.
Oh goodness me, Ben Raine is on a string at the moment.
We have to optimise how we play the game, and again, we also have to understand if you're going to start in April. Nothing's going to be perfect.
Yeah, true.
So that's the thing.
Very true.
You can't ask for perfection in April, the first week or so, or something like that. But it's not like we're not trying. Everyone's trying to come up with. I know everyone's got a million ideas, and you just got to hope that you just
manage it the best you can.
Sun's out, manage it the best you can. Yeah.
Bel-Drummond keeps that one out. Yeah, I mean, my simple suggestion was if you lose a full day, could you just not whack a half an hour on at the start and the end of each day? But I don't know. That's
that's okay on day one. If you lost day one, for instance, you can make an hour up on the first few days.
You can't do it on the last day.
I'll be honest, I don't know why that rule is on the last day.
I think it's got to do with travel. Maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I don't think they write the rules of cricket for...
Well, just
travel.
County cricket, mate, and travelling. I mean, I bet it's come into consideration, unfortunately. But there you go.
I'm glad it is because bloody hell, let me tell you,
You've got
come
first
home, we
fighter
come home
trouble
the
as
most.
anyone.
Amount of times I've got home at 3 a.m.
Kent,
Not
41 for 3. A wicket maiden from Ben Raine. Not for the first or the last time we'll see that this season.
Yeah, any other tough questions on that?
I've got one lined up. It probably won't be as tough.
You didn't finish your question, did you? Were you going to try and ask me something curly?
Well, you got away with it because Ben Raine knocked the stump out of the ground. It was just, have you had any communication with the ECB around? Because we've seen Farbrace come out, we've seen Buff come out.
And we don't have those issues. You know,
Okay.
Marcus North is in contact with Rob Key all the time. It always has been. And yes, we've got the captain. But the thing is, we have 4 contracted players. We had 2
Lions
Lions tourists. We got in the women's squad. We've got all
Lauren
so if they're not ringing us, we're in trouble. But like I say, man, I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon. It's those counties obviously have had their issues. For instance, I've never spoken to McCullum. Like that's the honest truth. But I don't need to speak to McCullum because I know that
Northie's passing that through.
Northie's talking to Rob, and then Northie tells me, and mate, to be honest, if I've got a question, I'll ask Ben Stokes.
So you've got a pretty good spy in the camp anyway.
Hey, mate, what's going on here? And he generally hasn't given it the Ryan, I can't tell you that, mate. So, yeah, we're all okay up here.
You mentioned when we were talking about Crawley and making sure he's got the right people around him and everything from the Ashes. I'm not saying that Potter's in that same situation, but it wasn't exactly easy for him.
No.
At the back end of the Ashes series as well. Documented, he's come out and talked about it. I think there was a BBC piece earlier this week. What did you and Marcus say to him when he got back in the nets and was back in for training? Was it along the similar sort of lines?
I honestly think that when Matthew comes into our dressing room, he feels like he's come home. And I think that's really important for him. He knows that we'll always have his back. But again, mate, he copped me the other day saying, "Oh, yeah, I hear you telling all the magazines and all this. I've lost my swing and this, that, and the other." I said, "Mate, the beauty about me, Potter, is I tell that to your face." So, I've told him that a million times. Not a million times, but that's what we spoke about. That's what we discussed. We have Graham Onions here, who we believe is an unbelievable bowling coach. What are we going to do with Potter? Well, this is what I feel. This is the thing that, okay, well, we need to relay that. And I know he's got the England fast bowling coaches with him as well, but he spends his time here. So we want to make sure that we can get the best out of Matthew. And, that means some slight changes. He's been bowling with this weird flat ball that's, accentuates his seam movement and trying to make sure that he's getting his wrist position. The funny thing about Matthew that probably people don't realise is that one of his fingers actually is a bit crooked. So when he actually holds the ball, it kind of aims in to start with. So he actually has to move his whole wrist.
Can't be as bad as Stokes' finger.
Well, that's true, yeah. But they're the little things that people don't quite realise, So he has to get his wrist behind the ball a bit more. And like I say, he knows that. And the beauty about Matthew is that he is going to work harder than anyone else to get it back and to make sure he's right to go. And I think early season it's shown, he's getting there.
Good stop from Graham Clark. Another very good over from Potts. Just a 1 from it. Currently 7 overs, 1 for 11. I think that will eventually read with 2 maidens in there as well. 42 for 3. It is 1 for 10, excuse me.
So the other little thing that I'll hopefully you guys notice that we've been working on is that the fielding is something that's been a key in our pre-season, fitness, agility work. Their
attitude,
fielding,
right?
Attitude. They've been, catching more. They've been fielding more. But one thing that we always talk about, finish the drill. So you'll watch every ball of this game has been thrown back to Ollie Robinson. So that's just a little thing that, when we play well and we get a bit of energy and we get some buzz, and I think we got away from that a bit last year. So it sounds a bit like old school, mate, this is what you got to do. but it is one of our non-negotiables now. So Ollie, every ball, he'll be making sure that he gets up the stumps, and they have to throw it to him. Because if they don't throw it to him, then they're the ones in trouble, basically.
Looks like you're going to be sticking someone under the lid here, maybe.
Here's a question for you. So you talk about finishing the drill. Does the overrate ever come into that?
Well, our conversations are always around the overrate,
Yeah.
especially when you don't have a spinner.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the change in the rules this year is that you have to bowl for 8 hours. So we have 4.5 hours in this session before we get to the point where our overall overrate will come into it.
Okay.
But yeah, we obviously want to be up at the overrate all the time, and it's a bloody tough thing to do, that's for sure, when you don't have a spinner to take it off. But again, that's the energy that you're trying to create. You'll see that, yes, they're throwing it in, but they're getting it back to the bowler as quickly as we can, and then between the overs, it's a race basically. You've got to get into position first, so that the bowler gets a bit more time for him to get ready and settle, but everyone else is ready to go.
David Bedingham putting the old shinnies on, getting under the lid. Must be one of the very few overseas players that just jumps in there. He even did it in the uni game, I saw that.
Last time I remember, it was Clarkey that was the
Clarkey
main one under the lid.
Goes in there, but Betters is happy to go in there. Not so happy if it's a spinner or if it's Badger bowling some leggies.
Yeah, I
he
get
gets
that.
a bit nervous about that.
Surprised Badger asked for one.
Whereabouts is Bedders going to put himself? Looks like he's jumping over to
The
the
umpire going to jump
short
to
leg.
point here because Bedders is going to back pad.
As long as he can field it, the umpy, he's going to be in a hot spot there, I reckon.
3 slips for Mieye, just the one for him so far.
Walking almost at Ben Raine, isn't there? This is where no doubt Ollie Robinson's thinking of the risk and reward of standing up to the stumps, especially with there still being some movement out there.
Yeah, we talk about that a bit. I think Alex Carey showed to the world that he had a very clear game plan that he was going to stand up to the stumps to stop the English guys from just running or walking down the wicket at the Aussie bowlers. Unbelievable glove work from
Incredible.
Alex Carey in that series.
Incredible, especially for not something renowned for us Aussie keepers, is it, mate?
Mate, and they're bowling. It's not like they bowl slow.
No, don't bowl on 140. Yeah, some outstanding work.
I think.
And the irony of that is that England had picked that squad based on everybody bowling 90 clicks, and then we'll not talk about the Ashes anymore.
I always remember.
Cheers, guys, appreciate it.
I always remember Gilly telling me McGrath's lowest moment as a cricketer
The stumping.
was stumping. Brilliant.
I think they've got a podcast, haven't they? The Cartel or something like that with McGrath, Dizzy, and Fleming and the likes. And I think McGrath came out and said that that was the lowest point. He was trying to give it as a run out rather than didn't even want the wicket. Didn't want to have a stumping against his name. Really good from Raine. Yeah, you're just trying to find a method that works here. A batsman, most batsmen just love to score freely, and there's nothing worse than being tied down, especially when you know there's that nip and you feel that there's just one with your name on it.
Well, you start to play at balls that you're not sure of. You just don't have that trust to let it go.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's swung. Ben Raine's swinging the ball now. That is cheating.
That's and again, you talk about off season and doing work and stuff. He literally worked on his outswinger because he felt that one of the big things we spoke about, wobble versus swing. What can we do here? And he agreed that maybe he was too reliant on the wobble as well. So, he's really worked hard on trying to get that, presenting the seam, and, just another little thing, another little difference in his bowling to add another layer.
You've got to keep evolving, haven't you? When you think you've got it figured out, somebody comes up with something to combat it. So he's been doing it for so long now, Ben Raine, for him to want to keep getting better just is a testament to his character. Got a question from Andy Fothergill, mate, who was an old Durham keeper. He says, what are your thoughts on keepers standing up?
Shot. That is beautiful from Bel-Drummond. Nice way to get off the mark for the season.
Look, it happens a lot more in England for sure. Where wickets are nibbling around and the seamers are, there's quite a few that bowl around the 70, 72 mile an hour zone. I think it adds pressure. It adds an extra element. Batters don't enjoy it, I don't think, because they can't, start a foot down the crease or, move around in what they're doing. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of it. You just got to pick and choose. If a guy's staying in his crease, obviously there's no real point there. And I think someone like, and again, you look at a guy like Jack Russell, who's, mate, some of the stuff that he used to do was, next level. And that's the art of being a wickie, when to go up or when to stay back. And, it's I think it's quite enjoyable to watch.
There you go.
Yeah, that one definitely going down leg against the Kent captain, but Potts still challenging away into his 8th over.
Oh.
And when he's bowling deliveries like that, I'm not sure Alex Lees is going to be able to grab the ball out of his hand anytime soon.
I bet Casey's keen for a roll here. Although at second slip, he's probably got one of the best views in the house. He's bowled some absolutely unplayable balls in this match, Matthew Potts. A lot of them to the gentleman at the non-strikers end, to be fair, on that first night. That was incredible that he survived. Yeah.
Sort of just camped in for an 8-9 over stint and just...
he's strong enough, fit enough.
So was that one in his follow-through? I think the final one from me, Cambo. Last year we saw a little bit of moving around in the top order at a certain point in the year. We saw Emilio, you started the year with Alex and Ben opening, Emilio at 3, and then I think Ben missed out down at Hampshire with the crazy back injury in the lift, and then Emilio jumped up to open a bit and Ben at 3. Plan to keep those 3 more solid this year to start with and hopefully throughout the entire year?
Again, like, you're hoping everyone's making runs so you don't have to worry about it. But I guess the decision was very clear from us. The messaging was, I think that Ben is at that stage of his career where he's just still learning his game. And it's probably not as easy for him to think, well, if I bat 3... does that change any elements of the game? What do I have to do differently? This, that, and the other. Whereas I'd rather him just go, you know what, go boy. It's the opening thing you faced and go for it. Alex has obviously been an amazing opening batter for so long. And Emilio, to be fair to him, he enjoys the number 3 role where he feels that he has to control the game of cricket. So I think those 3 were outstanding last year. So, yeah, look, in the end, we shifted Ben down because he was having a bit of trouble, and I didn't want to just drop him out of the team. So maybe it was just that, okay, Emilio and Alex is going really well, so if they can just go really well, it might just take a bit of pressure off Ben. And, that happened at Essex where we backed the youngster and he batted at 3 and made that really good 100. So, there's always going to be talk, but, we think that's the best settled lineup for us. And, like I say, we hope that they continue to score as many runs as they can. I actually thought Alex looked the best player in the first innings. His innings was just assured, and his footwork, and I thought to myself, he blocked some balls that I thought, oh, geez.
He timed some shots square of the wicket that were
Yeah.
incredible.
So, yeah, well, I expect a big year from Alex. He's had a really big pre-season. He's worked so hard in the gym and, you know, in the fitness sphere.
Edged in the gap and away for 4. The ball before, you could just feel the pressure, that the shot that McKinney played, almost trying to run it down to third man. And that's the 50 up for Kent, 3 down. But you just feel something's brewing here.
Just need a little bit of luck here that, you know, there's a couple of player misses. Suddenly a nick, sort of a bang goes our way. Just to, you know, you really want, theoretically, say if we had 40 overs to bowl from 7 downwards, that really puts them under the pump.
Oh, goodness me.
And again, before everyone starts tweeting in and doing all that, well, we should have declared earlier that, again, hindsight's a beautiful thing, but you still got to put yourself in a position where we could go all-out attack. Yeah. We didn't want to have boundary riders defending and take away our catching positions. So, we feel 66 overs was enough if we were going to win the game. Again, remembering we'd lost a day. Obviously, the whole things would have been different if we had that extra day, and, you know, we would have probably tried to be 500 in front, so to speak, or 450. Because we would have had the time in the game to get to that far. But, yeah, it's always a bit of a tricky one when you lose so much time. And, again, like I say, we just felt Kent didn't deserve to have any sniff of winning this game.
It's a funny one, and I've said just on comms just before lunch, and I says it's easy for me, like Rob was asking, I says I've got no skin in this, so if Durham lose or whatever... Yeah, it'll upset me a little bit, but, you know, there's nothing on the line for me, so I totally get where you're coming from. He's gone a long way across there, and that's hit the bottom of the thigh pad, maybe too high. Just walking at Ben Raine, but definitely Ben Raine putting enough pressure on where Miye's having to make decisions that he probably doesn't want to have to.
Well, I reckon that's a good example of it. He's so worried about the corridor, he's almost trying to get outside the line of the stumps, and sometimes when you do that, you suddenly playing it. You have to play at balls. You know, generally you could play straight down the ground, but you think you know that's leg stump. You have to play it to mid wicket or square leg when
it's got back really pad in there as well.
Middle stump, off middle and off.
Oh, Ben Raine on a string. Brilliant, Ryan. Thanks very much for your time, mate. As always, we really appreciate it, and I'm sure everybody watching on has enjoyed the time here.
Pleasure, lads. Hope you have a good day. Hopefully we can take 7 more polls.
There you go. Ryan Campbell, everyone. Absolutely superb to get his thoughts. And we didn't grill him too much. He might even come back. Going to see Casey Aldridge into the attack. Excellent opening spell from Matthew Potts.
Yeah, quite brilliant. 1 for 14 off 8.
Jeez, he's a good talker, isn't he? He should get into politics if he doesn't like cricket. Then, yeah, people are like his decision making even less then, I guess. No, the man loves to chat. Always good to have him here. Durham Live.
I think it's just important. It's important as well, like just to get the coaches put them and see how different, you know, people get used to us talking about it and how we see it and what we would do, and then you get someone who's worked in cricket for so long after being a pro and then going into coaching. Like, you know, I think it's nice to give that alternative rather than just us two talking.
Yeah, oh mate, he's got the skin in the game. Do you know what I mean? He's got everything to lose. Oh, Daniel Bel-Drummond looked like he was a little bit late on that from Aldridge. It was brilliant. We did, for our Kent viewers, we did offer the same opportunity to Adam Holyoke, but he's probably had a little bit more going on in the last few days. He still might pop up yet, but we shall wait and see. But just great to get the insight of, like you say, somebody in Ryan's position. edged and down. Emilio Gay going across in front of McKinney. And the chance goes begging. How crucial will that be in the wash-up? Aldridge again asking questions of Bel-Drummond. There's no easy catches in the slips. But that is one at a good height. It is in between them. And you've just, if you want to win these games, you've just got to catch those.
Just wonder if that's a bit more of McKinney's catch than it is Gay's.
I think Emilio got there easily enough. He's got to catch. He's just got to catch it. Just got to catch it. And that's, I guess, when you're standing so close, and we talked a little bit about the staggering of the slips, maybe on day one, I think we talked about with Kent. We saw Crawley drop one, didn't we, when it went wide to his right and it was in between. Day 4, you're just that little bit closer, and to get the spacing perfectly right is difficult. You've got to be close. That is a big chance. That means now you've got to create 11 opportunities at least. That's a maiden over and a good start from Casey Aldridge. Daniel Bel-Drummond put down in that over.
Tomorrow morning, commencing at 10:30, there is a 50-over women's friendly against Warwickshire.
Ben Raine to continue. An incredible spell from him. 1 for 9. Beat the bat on so many occasions.
Is that another one? Captain at cover, Alex Lees. Ryan Campbell spoke about how they felt at this moment in the game that cover was a catching position.
Did that carry? Hard to tell, isn't it? It might have been just short.
Stuff happening for Durham, though.
So we have a game here tomorrow. Durham women taking on Warwickshire in a warm-up game. Their season due to start here against Lancashire on Saturday. So good from Ben Raine. Hopefully you may get your first look at Talia Wilson, who is Durham's overseas signing for 50 over competition.
You've been waiting on that, haven't you?
Ish. Talia, wicketkeeper from New South Wales, wicketkeeper batter, just made a debut for Australia in their recent tour of the West Indies. Another one who's come here straight from the Caribbean. I'm sure she'll be thrilled at the temperatures for her in the northeast. I wonder if we can introduce her to the crowd tomorrow. Get her to come out and do some keepy ups like they're doing in Spain. How they present the footballers. Oh, and that's tickled down the leg side. Ollie Robinson unable to get that far across. To be fair, he's give leg buys anyway, I think.
He has.
Not sure about that, but there you go. 4 leg buys, 4 runs to the total. Durham still need those 7 wickets. 47 overs left in the day's play.
Aldridge lining up McKinney from the lonely end. It's met with a full face of the bat.
So Aldridge gets a nice swing in that first innings. Away from the right-hander. Created that chance in his first over. That one doesn't swing and drifts down the leg side. Been another excellent day's cricket so far. Kent starting the day on fire, picking up 5 wickets in the first hour. Putting themselves right back into the mix, and then a couple of rearguard partnerships. Put Durham in a position where they definitely can't lose the game, and now they're in search of victory. 66 overs to get 10 wickets. They've picked up 3 so far in the first 19 and a half. Cricket was so good. Even my wife came to watch for a little bit today. I said, "Are you coming across to see me?" She went, "No." There you go. Whipped
Lovely.
away beautifully by McKinney for 4. Just a little bit straight and over pitch from Aldridge. And the young Kent batsman has put that away nicely. Yeah, no. Yeah, just got no. That was one word answer. Searching for that swing, Aldridge. Not there on that occasion. That is a very optimistic appeal from Casey Aldridge for a caught and bowled. Ends the over. 20 overs done, 59 for 3. 46 left in the day's play. Apparently they were having lunch. Bless them.
That old excuse, hey?
I mean, you could have had lunch with your husband, you know. But there you go. More important things to do.
Real friends, how many of us? Raine to continue.
Sat over here in a dark room on my own. Rob left me. Had the media company guys, they talked to me a little bit.
I figured you needed the break from me, mate.
Yeah, vice versa. Very good point. Steve eating his vegetarian cottage pie.
Based on how the square is lit up right now, you'd think we're in July, not April.
Yeah, I reckon the fact that it's about 10 degrees might just tell you that. But it is beautiful batting conditions out there. Apart from the fact that the ball is still nipping around a little bit. One of the best exponents of that nip is this man with ball in hand, Ben Raine, who is relentless in his line and length at the moment. Beautiful sunshine here. Oh my goodness, Ben Raine. By now, any club cricketer in the world would have had a massive slog at this. But to their credit, Kent hanging in there, putting up some good fight here. McKinney and Bel-Drummond. Oh, and beaten again. Just makes you play at balls that you don't want to play at, Ben Raine. Absolutely superb stuff here from the veteran. God, I've been nasty to him the last. I've called him a veteran and I called him a tail ender the other day as well. I'm sure you'll cop both of those on the chin. Great human, Ben Raine.
It's just metronomic, isn't he?
Yeah. It's almost mesmerising for a batter. And again, right on the money. This is where we should get paid in Ben Raine maiden overs. There's another one. His third of 6. He has 1 for 10. Kent 59 for 3.
I don't think Sam will be fielding any questions about overtime today.
We can't have overtime today, can we? We'll still ask.
You don't ask, you don't get.
Well, we don't get. You're right.
We don't ask it, we don't get even when we do ask.
Yeah, 100% right there. There's a few people asking around Will Rhodes's withdrawal from the team. I haven't actually got an update on that. I think we'll wait for the club to make an announcement on what's happened there. Not that we're ignoring you, we are trying to get a response.
Struck on the pad, I think going down against McKinney. I reckon McKinney would just like to get a bat from the Finkel end rather than Lumley. It was the Lumley end against Potts on days 1 and 2 that he just seemed camped.
Yeah, he couldn't escape, could he, on that first night? Got Rory asking, is this a Kent trial team or are they actually trying to compete? Well, they're fighting
Bit
hard
harsh.
here. Yeah. Oh, good bit of nip from Ben Raine. Sorry, Ben Raine. I'm used to saying Ben Raine. Casey Aldridge was hoping to keep Bel-Drummond on strike there. You could see the disappointment in his face when he realised that was going for a single.
Partnership worth 20 between these two, but from a Kent point of view, it's more the overs together.
Yeah, absolutely.
That they've been there now. And then when you do get the edge, it beats third slip, and all three will run and chase, but the ball will win. Mieye will move to 14. These two now together at the crease for around 9 overs.
All right, look at them stumps. Do they look straight? I don't know. I've got to be in my bonnet about the stumps.
You
for some
really do,
reason.
mate.
Yeah.
You've hung your hat on this.
It's good from Aldridge. When I was talking to him, he feels that's probably more his natural length, that he wants to really run in and hit the pitch hard. So Lawrence Davies asked, boring question. Well, I know you, Lawrence. A lot of your questions are that way. No, I'm only joking. And he's asked if the umpires change ends throughout the 4 days. Well, they'll change ends at the end of the first innings. So they'll be the same end for each first innings, and then they'll switch ends for the second innings. There you go, mate. Hopefully that's kept everybody awake. Rob's off. Rob's asleep.
You mentioned the stumps again, there will be.
Thirds in play again. And this will run away for 4 more. It's good bowling from Aldridge. He's conceded a couple of boundaries down to third in that over. And that as a batter just makes you feel a little bit better about the world. Miye's picked up 2 boundaries in that over. He moves on to 18. Kent 69 for 3. A bit of confusion there from Bel-Drummond. But gets the ball in the gap and gets 2 of the non-strikers in. 25 minutes till tea here. Durham be desperate to pick up at least 1, if not 2 more wickets in that period. 3:40 till 4 o'clock.
Going back to that Zach Crawley, Matthew Potts battle earlier, I think the final tally in that second innings was 20 balls bowled by Potts to Crawley, 7 runs, but the most important stat is the wicket.
Played 1 beautiful cover drive as well, didn't he? But yeah, got shinned again. Twice in the match, Potts? Yeah.
I want to say both LBW.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. Which is why I was talking about this off-stump guard. Absolutely fascinating. Walked across his stumps and whipped it away. Oohs and ahs. It finds the rope.
I don't think Emilio Gay's far from that at all.
It's an interesting shot.
You can see there as well that David Bedingham is in a very silly mid-on, and Emilio Gay's gone to a catching mid-wicket, very close in. It's like a catching straight mid-wicket. Now we're really getting into the depths of fielding positions.
Love it. Let's get specific.
And right where Emilio Gay came from was third slip. And that's where Twanda Mieye will pick up another 4.
I guess this is where Ryan Campbell was coming from earlier. The runs are starting to flow here for Kent, but it doesn't matter, as Durham feel that they have enough runs on the board to continue with these attacking fields. 2 slips catching. You've got 2 men catching on the leg side. I wonder if we'll see a little burst from Kemar Roach before tea to try and break this innings open. In fact, he's just started stretching in front of us. I'm sure that's not for our entertainment. This one clipped to Emilio, gave it all the way along the floor. Lawrence says it couldn't be more boring than talking about the stumps being straight. Yeah, touche. Really good work this from Ben Raine. 1 ball left in his 7th over. 1 for 19. Well, yeah, you're just starting to build in confidence. He's moved on to 26 now. Bel-Drummond well and truly set anchor. Still on 6. I'm sure he got off the mark with a 4 as well, didn't he? Very early doors. Oh, that's good from Ben Raine. Ends the over. Couple of boundaries off that one. 9 from it. 78 for 3. 20 minutes now till tea. First time in the innings, just a little lull. This is where now the fielding side have really got to pick up. A big burst of energy for 20 minutes. And Raine just going off the field here. Probably to change his shirt or change some boots. James Minto coming on. Man, you can see running to mid-on now. Oliver says Durham need another 2 by tea if they'd have any chance.
I wouldn't say maybe by any chance. It's definitely an ideal world. 2 more to really try and break open this lineup. But as we've said all throughout the game, it's sort of wickets have come in clusters. It's not been one where either side's really got on top for too long. I mean, the perfect example is this morning.
Yeah, good point.
That's probably been the only session really where ball dominated bat for a period of time. That first hour was definitely Kent's. 5 for 35, I think that opening blitz was, led by Matt Milnes and backed up by Steman and Dudgeon. But apart from that, it's been a couple of wickets, then a partnership, then another couple of wickets, another partnership.
Well, a wicket for Durham gets them into the all-rounders. You've got Everson and Benjamin, Stewart, Milnes, Dudgeon and Steman still left to come.
Two types of leave. Goes down in the good category.
Indeed. That's come from nowhere, that from Mieye. Just slightly short. Pulled away for 4. A sign that his confidence is growing. Here late on day 4. Moves to 30. Umpire's just having a look at the ball here for some reason.
They've already got damage hit the advertising boards. Potentially.
I think he's not happy that Casey Aldridge has kicked the ground as that ball went for 4. Alex Lee's just going up to a little bit of damage control. Going to have a word with his charger. Casey Aldridge convinced that that was out. Celebrating in his follow-through. Umpire deems it's going down the leg side. And that ends the over from Aldridge.
I think he's got a case.
And now explaining himself to the umpire of he was kicking the dirt out of the foothole. There's a few words being exchanged between umpire and bowler. Casey Aldridge not a happy camper at the moment. And there is that change. Kemar Roach coming to the attack in discussion with Alex Lees. An excellent spell from Ben Raine.
7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. It's a partnership now worth 42 and definitely a annoying one for Alex Lees. Turns to his strike overseas.
Big 15 minutes this. Could be the difference in this day petering out into a draw or Durham really pushing after tea for victory. Kent showing some good resistance here. Really sure what that was in the field from David Bedingham. Stop, drop and roll. Short and hammered away by Mieye, picking up length really nicely now. The youngster, let's put that one away for 4. Moves on to 34. Kent 88 for 3.
This is more of the Twanda Mieye we're used to seeing in the shorter formats of the game. It's finally just got through that really troublesome early period, re-engaging with Matthew Potts and then having to deal with the nagging line and length from Ben Raine. But got through it, therefore got his eye in, spent valuable time at the crease, now out there for 45 deliveries, and he's looking to punish anything in his arc.
Oh, a little tempter there from Roach, well left. Tempter is hammered straight to David Bedingham in the covers. It was definitely more effective with that stop, drop and roll. Ends another over. 26 overs done. 88 for 3, Kent. Mieye looking better and better with each delivery. Bel-Drummond battling away. He's 8 from 31. Still 41 overs left in the day. Aldridge to continue his battle with Bel-Drummond and the umpire. What do you got, Rob? Back down south after today?
Yeah, go back tomorrow. I think I'm actually at Edgbaston on Wednesday for something as well.
Okay.
Yeah, just happy to have county cricket back. It's a long old winter from the end of September to beginning of April with no county cricket.
See, that's where you do need to get be a really big gun at Sky and get on some of the overseas tours or tournaments.
One day.
One day. Everybody's got dreams. I had them once.
You dream of your wife coming over to have lunch with you.
Well, that would have been lovely, yeah. Would have been really nice. She's having lunch with her sister instead. Rose and Kath.
At least you know where you stand, at least.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Shot.
That is lovely from Bel-Drummond. It was a nice way to get into double figures. Slightly overpitched from Casey Aldridge, trying to target the stumps. And Bel-Drummond just needs to flick it through mid-wicket to bring up the 50 partnership between Mieye and Bel-Drummond. And from a Kent point of view, they'll be quite happy if this ends up being a 100 partnership or 150-run partnership, because these two would have saved the game.
Yeah, you bang on. In my house, Rob, there's myself and my wife, my son, and the 2 spaniels. And I know exactly where I am in the pecking order. I am lucky to be 5th. I'm probably 6th.
Aldridge just chatting with his skipper. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the slips is removed.
Yeah, just really trying to attack the stumps here, aren't they? And put 2 catches in. They had a similar field for Ben Raine. The 2 catches in on the leg side. This time Bedingham's gone into a catching mid-wicket. Ackerman a little bit more defensive in the ring. 2 slips in place. This one beats the outside edge, and Aldridge. I think we might see a lot of that this year. I'm starting to like Casey Aldridge. Everything's out. It's a serious delivery. Ends the over. Can survive another over. 40 to go. 92 for 3.
That drop feels like a long time ago now, from a Durham point of view.
Indeed. Indeed. Got 7 minutes, so we're probably going to get 2, maybe 3 overs if we squeeze. Kent, if they manage the time well, we'll keep this down to 2 overs. There you go, there is time management. McKinney just pulling away. Not quite as obvious as the test matches between England and India last year.
Shot.
Wow. That is flair.
And that is why we've spoken about Twandamiere at certain points of this live stream as a potential future England candidate. Shots like that are exactly why.
The serious shot.
And that's a serious response.
That's a good comeback. McKinney wants to feel bat on ball. Comeback from Roach, asking a few questions of the youngster.
Yeah, finishing off on that England India test. I'm not quite sure Twandamiere is the same type of character as Shubman Gill.
Yeah. It was Crawley, wasn't it? The first time. It was, yeah, excellent. Loved it. Love anything like that. Potts doing the fielding. McKinney through comfortably for a single. Just to keep that scoreboard ticking over. I think even though your main goal is to survive this period of time, just keep that scoreboard ticking over. As a batter, that just makes you feel so much better about life. Last thing you want to be doing is just to be stuck down one end, fencing and fighting for your life. McKinney's strike rate up in the high 70s. Whereas Daniel Bel-Drummond's around the 30 mark. He's going to pick up another single, Bel-Drummond. James Minto, the sub-fielder, on for Ben Raine at the moment. .98 for 3. 1 ball left in the 27th over. Kemar Roach. Sun beating down on his back. A beautiful afternoon here in Chesley Street at the Banks Homes Riverside. And again, another really pleasant backward punch by McKinney. Minto has plenty of work to do, but does it well. 2 from the last ball of the over, and that brings up the Kent 100. I'll not be particularly bothered about that as a score. They'll be bothered that they've got through 27 overs now. They're starting to eat into the available time left for Durham as Colin Ackerman is going to come into the attack just to try a little bit of off spin before tee to see if the Dutchman gets anything out of this surface, and to try and maybe pinch another over before tee.
I was about to say, is this the exact same as Twandamiere bowling just before lunch?
Might become a factor as this afternoon goes on. And if Durham don't look like they're going to be taking wickets, they might have to turn to spin just for their over rate. Talked a little bit with Ryan Campbell. And the last thing that you want to be doing out of this game is to be losing points due to your over rate.
Slip and short leg. A little bit there off that first ball. Not an awful lot. Too short.
It's that job of a spinner, isn't it, to find the pace and the biting point of the pitch. Colin predominantly a white ball off spinner, not a prodigious turner of the ball. He's got a bit of turn there. That'll encourage him. This will be the last over. Now as the clock strikes 20-4. One ball left, and then it shall be tea. Chance for us all just to grab a break. It's been a gripping day's play. It's been a gripping few days here at the Banks Homes Riverside to start the County Championship season. As Bel-Drummond defends that out to David Bedingham at bat pad. It's a maiden over for Colin Ackerman to start off with. And ladies and gentlemen, that is tea here on day 4. Kent 100 for 3. Durham still searching. They need 7 wickets to force a win. In all likelihood at the moment, this game is heading for a draw. We'll be back in around 15 to 20 minutes with the resumption of the last session, where hopefully Durham can push for a result. Right, here we are. The business end of 4 days, 3 days of cricket here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Kent, the visitors here, looking to hold on for a draw. Durham searching for 7 wickets. With myself, Rob Rush. Myself, Rob Rush? I've even changed my name. It's been an emotional week. With myself, Ash Thorpe, and Rob Rush even.
I'm glad you missed me that much, mate.
Yeah, I've gone to deed poll. There you go. Durham in search.
Does that mean I get owed royalties?
You can have, mate. Yeah. From me, you'll probably not get a lot. You'll not get a lot.
I'll take any bats you've got.
Yeah. I'll keep them. Make sure I hide them.
Right, Kemar Roach to kickstart after tea from the Finkel end. He's going to have 2 slips. Ben McKinney and Casey Aldridge. Couple sweepers out either side. Oh, wow. Hello to Andamiye.
Good afternoon, sir.
A nice little pull over mid-wicket for 4.
38 overs left in the day's play. Durham in search for early wickets to break this excellent partnership between skipper Daniel Bel-Drummond and the young gun Twandamiye, who was just started as he left off in that session. It's moved on to 45 now. And then Mr. Foley.
Yeah, misses out there. That was begging to be hit to the cover boundary.
Two slips in place. Yeah, he dabs that one down into the vacant backward point area and sets off for a quick single. So keep that scoreboard moving on.
Talking a bit off air, Ash, before the players came back out. Where do you reckon Alex Lees is going to turn to start the evening session from the Lumley end?
It's an interesting question. I'm just having a look there, and Durham is still behind on over rate as well. So it's just trying to get that balance. There was a little bit of turn for Colin Ackerman. Maybe they'll start with a bit of spin. Bel-Drummond punches nicely off the back foot, and they'll just settle for a comfortable single. David Bedingham doing the sweeping out there. Then you also look who's you most likely to take wickets. You've had Matthew Potts, you've had Ben Raine bowl excellent spells. For me, I'd go to Potts straight away.
I would agree.
Thought he's been superb in this game so far. He's also a man who works on emotion and can get on a roll. Oh, swing and a miss from me. Bit of a loose shot, that one. This one on the money to end the first over after tea, and the 29th. 66 overs Kent need to face. So 35 still remaining in the day's play. 106 for 3.
Looks like it's going to be Potts from the Lumley end. I think it's the most threatening choice.
Did I say 37 or 35 there? It's 37 overs left in the day. Apologies.
Knowing you probably said 36.
Yeah. Getting ahead of the game here.
You feel like Alex Lees needs 2 in this open half an hour after tea to really have a crack getting these result over the line, and you feel like Potts is the bowler to do it, to get that initial breakthrough anyway. Daniel Bel-Drummond 14 from 45. Sounded a lot like thigh pad.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Indeed, it will go down as a leg bite. And so Mieye will face Potts again. This time, though, he's got 46 runs to his name rather than single figures. It was a really good battle between these two. I think the evening of day one, start of day two.
Yeah.
Really good battle between bat and ball. It continues to do so.
Eventually fell to Ben Raine in the first innings, LBW.
Nicely turned away through mid-wicket. Ben Raine loses his floppy in the middle of running after the ball, and Mieye will pick up 2.
Nicely played, moves on to 48, the youngster.
Almost plays on. That's just what Ryan Campbell was talking about. That little bit of luck that Durham would need. They brought the opportunity out with Casey Aldridge in his first over. Bel-Drummond edging to slip, but Emilio Gay putting down a chance. And since then, hasn't really looked like much quarter being given by the Kent batters.
Yeah, they've knuckled down well, haven't they? They've played nicely, these two. I say Bel-Drummond giving a chance early. Since then, it's been pretty good batting from both of these two. Mieye will probably bring up a half century with that misfield.
Yeah, Graham Clark and the club has just been able to bring it in, but that's a well-earned 50 from the young Kent batter. Again, enjoyed a bit of a slow start, but once he saw off the opening challenges, he's put together a 50 that's overall actually in pretty sparky time. 62 balls, 10 fours. Been some incredible shots in there as well.
Yeah, there has. Especially off the back foot. Really strong through cover point and a couple of excellent pull shots. But a lot to like there about young Mieye.
Matthew Potts would like to see the back of Tuanda Mieye. Tries a short ball that the youngster tries to uppercut, but fortunately for him does not get anything on the way through to Ollie Robinson, and Kent 111 for 3.
Yep, 36 overs left in the day's play.
Just looking at some of the other games around the country. Looks like Surrey and Warwickshire is going to be a draw. Surrey 396 for 4, leading by 180. Yorkshire 126 for 2. I think they have just lost a wicket straight after tea. They need a further 169, chasing 295 to win. Sussex wrapped up victory against Leicestershire earlier on today. 222 runs for them as they do their best to wipe out their points deduction. Somerset set Notts, I think, over 400 in 60 overs. Notts 90 for none off 27.1, so I think that's going to be a very quick shake hands at 5 o'clock and everyone will get on their way. Worcestershire and Derby still going. Worcestershire still trailing by a further 91 runs. 4 wickets in hand. Derby, in a similar position to Durham, really needing early wickets to try and get that game to a conclusion for them. Gloucestershire have fallen to an innings and 14 runs defeat down at Lords. Middlesex have done well to bowl them out twice. Northants 157 for 7 against Lancashire.
Clinging on.
Indeed they are. 164 more needed, or more likely to bat out a lot of their remaining overs. So a few results have come in. I have no doubt that once the clock hits 5 o'clock, there'll be a few draws added to that list, and we'll see where this game ends up.
Indeed, Durham searching for that 4th wicket. Trying to put a bit of pressure on that batting lineup from Kent. Just about the best conditions of the match to bat in at the moment as well. That ball now 30 overs old. Oh my goodness. Squared up. Edged down to the vacant third area for 4. Excellent delivery from Roach. Pretty soft hands though. You'd have to give that to Bel-Drummond. All the way along the carpet for 4 more.
Yeah, it turned him into an S, but not really an opportunity considering the soft hands went pretty much straight to ground. No carry to the slip cordon. And as good of a fielder as Casey Aldridge is, I don't think even with a supercharged effort he was going to get there. And
Searching for a Yorker, and this one's punched wide of mid-on for 4.
Yeah, punishes the low full toss he turned that into. A little bit of movement through the air to tail in, but not enough really to trouble Bel-Drummond.
No, and I think Lees might look to change this quickly here.
I think he's got to wait maybe one more over for Ben Raine because of that
the
time he
was
spent off before tea. So I think Roach would have to have at least one more from the Finkel end because you're not changing pots.
This one again nudged away down to 30. He'll pick up a comfortable single. Bedingham does the fielding. That ends the over. 9 from it. 120 for 3. Most importantly for Kent, it's another over ticked off towards that target of 66. There are 35 overs now left remaining in today's play. Durham still searching for 7 wickets.
Potts just sending Bedingham out to deep backward square. Oh.
Wow. Kept a little bit low, but Bel-Drummond very late on that. Really good stuff this from Potts. A good single there from Bel-Drummond. Matthew Potts trying to make something happen. A big drive from McKinney. Another one beats the edge and through to the keeper. Exciting times here at Durham Cricket. The girls take on Warwickshire tomorrow in a friendly. Again, it'll be live on our YouTube channel on Durham Live. So if you click the like and subscribe button, you'll get notifications to when we go live with all of our shows. It's pulled away from McKinney for another single. Even better, you won't have to listen to Rob or I. There'll be no comms on it tomorrow, but there will be end-to-end cameras to keep you up to date with everything that's going on in that. And then they start their season on Saturday at home to Lancashire, while the lads head down to Bristol to take on Gloucestershire. So the season in full swing here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Edged. I'm not sure that carried. Just short. Aldridge almost would have thought, should I go? A little opportunity for Durham. Goes begging. As it doesn't carry through to McKinney at slip. Another over down. 34 remaining in the day's play.
We've talked about the slip cordons positioning a couple times during this game, and that is one where we know that first slip's got to stand a little bit further back. But if McKinney is just a step further or a step closer to Ollie Robinson and in front there, it's probably the wicket.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a real tough one. There's nothing worse, really, than those ones that die just in front of you. You'd almost rather be hit with it coming too quick and drop a catch than it dropping short. But you can see how close they are now, even for somebody of Kemar Roach and Matthew Potts.
That is a lovely shot.
Beautiful timing as well from McKinney. Pick up a boundary. Oh, and that one nips back off the seam. Yeah, you're making sure bat and gloves were well out of the way there. Push to mid on and we'll get a single.
Not the most sympathetic throw.
Ben Raine coming in at mid on there. Through to the keeper. Plenty of encouragement from the Durham fielders, trying to build up the energy for another wicket. Bel-Drummond pushes that to Emilio Gay and Matthew Potts even. Brilliant fielding from the England quick. Absolutely outstanding work from Matthew Potts. Shies at the stumps. This one tucked away comfortably off the legs. That ends the over. Another one ticked off halfway in the over tally. 33 of 66 negotiated so far for the loss of just the 3 wickets for Kent. Mieye on 57, Bel-Drummond on 25. And this partnership proving a real thorn in the side of Durham.
Ben Raine's going to get a chance from the Lumley end, his preferred end. Maybe it's going to be a change of end for Potts, who'll replace maybe Kemar Roach at the Finkel end.
Someone's going to have to go and get that, lads. It's Emilio Gay who decides to go and get it as that is 4 leg buys. Durham have got some good appealing early season practice in. Yeah, just walking down the pitch at Ben Raine, trying to negate any movement that the Durham seam is getting. Try and get Ollie Robinson to stand up to the stumps here. I've been waiting for that moment. Just going to have to get Ollie's helmet run onto the field. Youngster in his crease. Plays it well. $57 to Mieye, 25 to Bel-Drummond. Fantastic partnership from this Kent pair. And they're in a bit of trouble early. All sorts going on there. And it's another 4 leg buys. Second 4 leg buys of the over. Ben Raine. Last ball of over number 34. This one's tucked away into the leg side. It'll be at least a couple for Mieye. That ends the over. 34 done. Reminder that Durham have 66 overs at Kent. This partnership now approaching the 100 mark, worth 98 between this pair. The one glaring opportunity. Bel-Drummond dropped early at slip. But there'll have been a few nerves around there at 41 for 3. I'm sure Kent will be sitting a lot more comfortably now at 139 for 3. Great comment. Ralph is watching from Georgia in the US. He says it's almost 11:30 a.m. here. Can we play till 6 p.m. Georgia time?
That'll be 11 p.m. here, so highly doubt it. Would be good fun though.
Be a long day.
I think for that we could definitely claim overtime.
No, I hope you're enjoying the coverage, mate. Attritional at the moment. Durham in search for wicket number 4. This Kent partnership's been outstanding. So they came together with the score on 41 for 3. And they're edging their team closer to a draw.
Good half stop. I think from Roach and his follow through. Keep that to just 1.
It's a nice shot. Could balance that from Bel-Drummond. Been some excellent cricket on display throughout this match. I think the real highlights for me, the innings of Emilio Gayan from Sam Northeast in that first innings to make runs when batting was difficult. This one's whipped away beautifully to bring up the 100 partnership, and another boundary for Mieye. He's been very impressive in this second innings. Moves into the 60s.
Yeah, like we said, had to negotiate the tricky start, which this pitch has proven to be. It's not been any guaranteed feat that you're going to get runs, but once you have spent a bit of time at the wicket, it has got a little bit easier, and when you're as talented a shot maker as Mieye is, runs were going to flow. I think you're spot on with the batting innings there, Ash. Mieye today also adding to that, but Northeast and Gay in the first innings were a cut above the rest, made it look like they were playing on different pitches to everyone else. And then from a bowling point of view, I think Matthew Potts has been the pick of the Durham bowlers. Matt Milnes for Kent has bowled really well. Keith Dudgeon as well has been a decent return to him. As you say, some very good cricket across the 2 2/3 days of plays that we've had.
Yeah, Durham will be happy that they're forcing this as much as they can towards a result. Kent will be happy that, despite a wobble, that they've shown some real resolve here today and haven't just fallen over and folded. So they'll be able to take some points back down the A1 down to Canterbury. This one's tucked away by Bel-Drummond. So ideally you're looking for that first win of the season in round one. If you can't win, you want to be making sure that you're not getting beaten. And as it currently stands, Kent will be going back down the motorway with 11 points from this game in their pocket. See if they lose any points for overrate. Beaten, beautifully taken by Robinson. And Durham, as it stands, will be taking 13 points to put on the road to whatever they're looking for out of this season, which no doubt they're looking at promotion. Both of these sides will be thinking promotion. And again, that might be overrate depending as well. Got a long way across his crease. The umpire's having a think there. But leg by. So next week, Durham are on the road to Gloucestershire and Kent host Northamptonshire. Both of those matches starting on the 10th of April. Durham will go with a pretty similar squad down there to Bristol. May well have a look at playing the spinner. Historically, Bristol does get a little bit of turn.
Ajaz Patel, I think, picked up a fair few wickets.
Yeah, had some fun down there, didn't he?
What was it been, 3 years ago? I think that was also a game where Ollie Robinson set, I think, the second fastest 50 in club history. In first class cricket, something like 50 of 22 or 23 deliveries.
Okay. And another thick inside edge. Durham pushing, but having no luck at the moment. Kent surviving, working really hard. And another over. How was that? 36 done, 30 to go. This one is heading towards handshakes rather than a positive or negative result.
Potts will get a switch of ends, replacing Roach at the Finkel end. I think this might be the first time Potts has bowled from the Finkel end all game.
I can't remember.
I think it might be.
Kent fans, what would you like to see from your side for next week? Would you see any changes? Or are you happy with the 11 that's been selected? Durham fans the same. What would you do differently for that trip down to Gloucester?
Racks him on the glove.
Might need a change here if Bel-Drummond's cut one right on the thumb.
They need the physio.
I think he's just whacking it back on and getting on with it.
Pulls this one down to Ackerman at long leg. We saw the 1 over for Ackerman before too. I wonder if Alex Lees may have to turn to him before Durham can.
Is that -1 on the board for Durham's over rate? You can see
Yeah.
better than me.
Yeah, it's -1 currently.
I need a slightly bigger font at my age on the scoreboard. Fantastic partnership this from this Kent pair. 107 it currently stands at, but more importantly than that, after the little wobble, the time that they've consumed at the crease is making victory for Durham look less and less likely with every passing minute and every passing over. It's not through lack of effort. There's been some real skill on show from this bowling attack. Not to dwell on negatives, but there was that one opportunity dropped at slip. Third catch in the match dropped at slip from Durham. With the ball getting a little bit older and the wicket flattening out under blue skies here in Chesley Street, you wouldn't be surprised that if in 22 minutes' time these guys shook hands. It's been a hard-fought game. Conditions definitely favouring the bowlers for the majority. John Murdoch says, I'd drop Dave. He's ruined our chances. Yeah, Storm Dave hasn't done us any favours whatsoever.
Just 2 singles from the over. Mieye will keep strike for the next one. 149 for 3.
Please go to the members lounge to meet Bill Barron.
So this pair have survived another hour after tea. Well, another 40 minutes really, but it's been an hour since tea and there hasn't been a wicket. Physio now out having a look at Daniel Bel-Drummond's thumb.
It's been a good cricket wicket though for this game, hasn't it, Ash?
Yeah, I think everybody's been happy. I mean, ideally you probably would have got a bit better overhead conditions and then that probably wouldn't have made it as favourable to the bowlers early on, but there's been pace, there's been bounce in the wicket, which I think suits both batters and bowlers. Seen some outstanding shots. Some incredible deliveries. And it's actually a shame that a game of such high quality is heading towards what looks like, I'm not going to say a boring draw, but definitely a draw. Interesting to see if Durham will go with a spinner down in Bristol. I know that Callum Parkinson will be chomping at the bit to get going. I believe he's going to play at least the first day as the Kent 150 comes up. Round of applause from the crowd. Well, a ripple maybe. But he and James Minto are scheduled to play in a second team game at the racecourse ground against Durham University. Get some much needed game time for him. And then you would pretty much expect them to go with the same squad. They're not going to change too much after the first game, especially with how well the game's gone, really. They've done really well. After losing a toss and being put into bat, they've been pretty much in control for the majority of the game. Ollie Robinson up to the stumps now. Nicely played by Bel-Drummond. Ends another over. Over number 38 done. 28 still remaining in the day. 150 for 3 Kent. Brilliant 109 run partnership from these two. Twendamiyeye and Daniel Bel-Drummond. Keeping Durham at bay as they search for victory. They're on a real roll, having Kent 41 for 3. Since then, this pair have thwarted every Durham effort. Miaya continues to look comfortable out there. Moves on to 66 now. Short and hooked away. In between Clark down there.
I think it's Ackerman as well.
Is it Ackerman?
I think so.
Tumbling away, Clark.
It was a very effective swat.
Picks up a couple. Beats the bat.
I think the slip corner were more interested than Potts was.
Yeah, out of hope more than expectation, no doubt. Another superb delivery from Matthew Potts. It's good to see him back to near his best here. Bowled brilliantly this week. Bel-Drummond up, rides the bounce nicely. We'll pick up another single. Short and pulled away again. This one in front of square. And over the rope for 4 more. Mieye not taking any prisoners here. If you've seen anything back of a length, he's been punishing both through the off and the leg side. Another shot of real high quality from the youngster. Moves on to 70 now.
Yeah, got into position nice and early on that. Saw it coming, rocked onto the back foot, head in a very nice position. And dismisses it to the fence. Nice and still.
Yeah, composed, isn't he? Looks a real good player, real good prospect. Always nice to get a few in the bank at the start of the season. And that one spits up a little bit off a length. And a frustrated Potts does the fielding. That ends the over. Over number 39 done. Just a reminder that there is up to 66 overs today. Another 27 remain in the day's play. But it's looking more and more likely with every passing moment that the players will shake hands soon for a draw. Driven square of the wicket for another single. Flick the pad there on the way through to Ollie Robinson. Very close to the off stump. Lovely on drive. Bit of fielding. Just the single. Matthew Potts still full of effort.
Bel-Drummond digs that one out.
Couple of balls left in over number 40 here as we tick down. That looked an incredibly good shout. An incredibly good shout for Ben Raine. I'd love to know what that's got to do, unless he's hit that.
I'm not sure it gets better.
The only thing could be an inside edge. Don't be frustrated. They feel they've had a few good shouts here. James Minto out on the field there. And over number 40. Can't survive another over. 160 for 3. 26 overs still left remaining in the day's play. Couple of frustrated Durham bowlers there together. Matthew Potts and Ben Raine. Matthew Potts to continue from the Finkel end. It's tucked away nicely again by Mieye. Skipper Alex Lees picks up and fires in. Stop, drop and roll from both of them. Ollie Robinson does the tidying up behind the stumps.
It's a good take from Robbo, that.
Yeah. It's fired in, wasn't it, from Lees? Late in the day.
Four more to the total. Daniel Bel-Drummond.
Yeah, that will not please Matthew Potts one bit. Be interesting to see now how Alex Lees uses his bowlers. Whether he decides to go to the spin of Ackerman or back to Aldridge.
Edged and gone. Well then. Matthew Potts gets the breakthrough. Daniel Bel-Drummond has to go for 37. You put the ball in the right areas for long enough, eventually something will tell on this pitch, and a good catch from Casey Aldridge down low to his right. Is that the start of something?
He deserved that, Matthew Potts, didn't he? He's run in all game, put the ball in good areas, hasn't had a lot of luck, and I've just said the ball before that will not please Matthew Potts. This one takes the edge. Aldridge does the rest. Another good low catch from him. And is the door open for Durham? 165 for 4. Bel-Drummond gone for 37. Joey Everson, the new batter, to the crease. What's the chat in that huddle? 3 slips now in place. Everson on strike to Potts, who's beaten first ball. All of a sudden, the shot is through the roof out there from the Durham fielders. Oh, and another player missed. 2 in a row. To great Everson.
We've spoken about wickets falling in clusters.
Mm. I love this guy's heart. He gives you everything, Matthew Potts. This time Everson finds the middle of his bat in defence. That ends a wicket taking over for Potts. Kent 165 for 4. Still 25 overs left in the day's play. Oh, this could be a run out. Oh my goodness. What is Miyeye thinking? Incredible. They've just lost a wicket.
What on earth is that running?
Is that Potts again in the game?
Yeah, it is. Can't keep him out of it.
My God. Twanda Miyeye. Just give your balcony a heart attack. Just lost your captain. Then you try and run yourself out.
Unsurprisingly, he's calling for some new gloves.
Wow. Durham won't mind that single either. They've now got Joey Everson in their sights. They want to bowl at him as much as possible. All of a sudden, the oohs and ahs have definitely gone up. Can they seize a moment, Durham? Will one bring 2? Right on the money. Choir's getting louder and louder behind the stumps.
Can see why Everson's trying to close off that gap, but if that ball just does a little bit more, he's covering all 3 with his pad. Very much LBW in the game.
Oh,
Just
that
like
could
that.
Be out. That's
Just
gone.
like that.
Ben Raine, you beauty, right in the shin of Joey Everson. And Durham all of a sudden go from no hope to some hope. They're halfway. Kent 166 for 5. Everson goes. Shinning one to Ben Raine, LBW for 0. Durham need 5 wickets. Kent, what are you doing to us? Kent got 66 overs to survive here. The best way through 42. And this Durham pair have just brought Durham right back into this. Chris Benjamin will be the new batter to the crease. Rob, you were nearly asleep 10 minutes ago.
I'm not asleep right now.
You're back with us.
Yeah, I just had a look at the last couple of balls, and as I mentioned, Jerry Everson, he's getting really far across. And it's like maybe Ryan Campbell spoke about earlier, with Twanda Mayeye earlier. The guard of off stump trying to bring a batter across can make him fend at ones that he doesn't want to play at, and he could see that Everson was just gradually getting drawn a bit over it, and the ball before, all it needed was a bit more movement off the pitch, and he would have been dead in front. And Ben Raine only had to wait one ball longer.
This is good. You've got Ollie Robinson up to the stumps as well, which is keeping the Kent batters in their crease. Just forcing that extra pressure. What's left in the tank of these two? 22 overs after this one left. Sorry, 24 overs.
Yeah,
after
don't
this
sell
one.
yourself short, mate.
Still plenty of time. And from 10 minutes ago, where it looked like we'd be shaking hands and gone by now, Durham have a sniff. Oh, and I thought he'd nicked it. Playing a miss.
It's incredible.
If you thought the choir were loud before, they're up and about right now.
It's incredible how just 5-6 minutes can change the feeling of a cricket game.
The coaches will be taking credit for this. So you've got half the coaches walking a lap. And you've got Ryan down here going to meet them, I think. Last ball of over number 42. Benjamin, solid in defence. And another excellent over. Durham up and about. Kent 166 for 5. Head coach Ryan Campbell wandering around. The rest of the crew, they'll cross paths in probably about 5 minutes' time. You'll like what he's seen in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mayeye and Bel-Drummond were negotiating this without any real worries after tea, and then all of a sudden Bel-Drummond edges one through the cordon, then edges to Casey Aldridge, then Mayeye calls for a single that was never really there and was lucky he wasn't dismissed. Everson then goes later in the over and Potts is charging in again. You won't mind that at all. It's a run to Mayeye, but more importantly, it's Chris Benjamin back on strike. Interesting. I mean, the guy's in at Gully. He's not at slip cordon yet. Potts is having a chat with Ben Raine. Big celeb appeals.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
It's an absolute peach of a delivery, though. And again, you just see where Chris Benjamin is ending up. He's ending up almost showing all three stumps. So as we talked about, the batters wanting to take that middle and off or off stump guards, being drawn to play at deliveries that maybe they shouldn't be playing at.
There'll be that and a little bit of nervous energy as well, no doubt. Good delivery from Potts.
Durham firmly with the tails up. Kent trying to cling on.
167 for 5, Kent. Numbers you're looking at, 66 overs. Durham have to bowl at Kent. Durham need 5 wickets. It's a very aggressive leave, that, from Chris Benjamin. Man who spent a bit of time on loan up here in the northeast. Also a graduate of Durham University. Durham getting some reward for some patience out here. Yeah, still there on 74.
Early through the shot is Benjamin.
One ball left in over 43. 23 to go after this one.
Oh no.
It doesn't matter.
It's going to go for 4 byes.
Apart from Ollie's pride.
A real effort ball from Potts to finish, which Robinson can't take cleanly. But runs don't really matter.
.23 overs left in the day's play. Durham searching for 5 wickets. If they can get rid of this young man, then you'll really hear the noise levels elevate out there.
Don't mind this. Durham sending the scouts out, almost inviting Miyeye to give the strike away.
And he obliges and takes a single off the first ball of the over. Benjamin on strike. Benjamin Raine in with ball in hand, and that's hit him in the shin, but it's outside the line. Outside the line for me. Good shout.
Yeah, you're probably right. Bat and pad also very close together.
Thank you.
That's all right, mate.
Appreciate it. It's close. It's close. I think Benjamin Stride just got outside the line.
Trying to control that corridor.
Oh, Benjamin playing across the line this time to Bedingham. Pressure cooker has turned from 0 to 100. Little chat between skipper and bowler.
Ackerman comes in now very short. I think it's Ackerman. It's Emilio Gay catching mid-wicket.
Nicely played by Benjamin. Just plays across his front pad a little bit.
Kent backroom staff are doing the rain dance now. I don't think any rain is forecast, so...
Good luck with that with these skies. Nothing but blue sky all day here. Oh, and again, this time a thick inside edge for Benjamin. Gets him off the mark.
I wouldn't drop a media gate back here. You want to bowl the dot ball here, have Benjamin on strike for the next one.
Field adjusted accordingly. Still a slip in place. McKinney coming catching short on the leg side.
Got to target the pads.
He does, and Mieye negotiates that delivery. Ends an excellent over again from Ben Raine. 173 for 5, 22 overs left. As you can see, the Durham crew there. Ryan Campbell at the back, Graham Onions. And then you've got Marcus North, Scott Borthwick, Dale Benkenstein, and is it Connor? What's Connor's last name?
Christian O'Connor.
Christian O'Connor, sorry, Christian. Got the physio bag under his wing there, just in case. Having a wander in the sun and chatting things cricket and trying to walk wickets. It's a thick inside edge. It will run away down to fine leg for 4. It's a good area again from Potts.
Pretty sure the crowd of catcher there is probably from Scott Borthwick.
Wouldn't surprise me. Nicknamed the Badger for nothing.
Can Potts find the one that moves back in?
Just have a look. Where's he at in this spell now?
Here's a long old spell again. Over 7, I think. He bowled 8 on the bounce with 40.
It's only the 5th of his spell, Ben Raine.
Ah, of course, he had the little
Bowled
changeover.
Has bowled 6.
Oh, that is such a good ball. Said it before, but this is test quality bowling from Potts.
Looks like that ball's just starting to angle in and then just hold its line, forcing Benjamin into playing it. This gives his partner a little thumbs up there. Says, "Yep, I've got this covered." Oh, and that is a peach. That is real high quality fast bowling from Matthew Potts. It was bowled without luck. He's got 2 for 40, but
Mate, he could have all 5.
on another day, yeah, he could have cleaned up. And you can see the frustration in him. He's into his 15th over. If you didn't know it beforehand, you're seeing a real high quality operator in action right now. Ollie Robertson trying to fox them into a run out. I've just had a little wobble after the stumps. Is that the fourth or the third time at least anyway that he's beat the bat in this over? Incredible over again from Matthew Potts. Keeps drawing the batters into playing. Somehow keeps managing to get it past the outside edge. 177 for 5. 21 overs left in the day.
That back foot is coming so far out. Looks like a close finish in store down at Cardiff as well. Glamorgan setting the game up, have Yorkshire 184 for 5.
Okay.
Yorkshire still require another 111. Surrey and Warwickshire have shaken hands. At Warwickshire, Notts 140 for 3 against Somerset. You'd think that's only a matter of time before they go the same way. Northants have slipped. They are 9 down.
Ooh. Against
Lancashire, Worcestershire, Worcestershire 7th wicket partnership are proving to be very stubborn against Derbyshire. I think they're into 22nd or 23rd over of batting together. And those are the only games that are still going on.
Just got a lovely message from Rachel Oars. Watching the Durham live stream, she's trying to keep up with the Classic FM Hall of Fame and watching Sky with Artemis. So she says, thank goodness for surround sound speakers and multiple devices. She says, what a bank holiday. Oh, Rachel, hopefully you're as gripped as what we are here.
Just to actually round off on that, Somerset and Notts have now officially drawn hands. So there's another one in the books. I don't think we're going to be close to being in the books here with how Raine and Potts are bowling so far.
Ooh. Lots of chat out there. Got a short leg or a catching.
It's a very silly mid-on.
Yeah. One slip, one catcher at short leg, and then lots of single opportunities for Mieye as Durham, whilst trying to get him out. They're quite happy if he gets off strike. Oh, and he's a long way across, and this one going down the leg. Maybe a couple of leg buys. Scott Borthwick again appealing there, I think, on the boundary.
He's a long way over.
Not going to die wondering today, are they, Durham? Brilliant from Raine again. Amongst all the carnage, Twenda Mieye is 75 not out. So again, a little bit like North East in Kent's first innings. A bit of a lone hand from him here. His wicket would be huge right now for Durham. Ben Raine decides to bounce the youngster, who helps it on its way down to find leg fully in control for 4. Finds the gap in the leg side field there and picks up another single. It's gripped us most of the way through this encounter. Durham against Kent. Two sides trying to find their way early in the season. Durham relegated last season. Kent finished the season really disappointingly in Division 2. Way better than that. Pretty much a new bowling attack for Kent. Durham with a lot of familiar faces, looking to put the wrongs right. And Benjamin plays with a beautiful straight back to Ben Raine. Just a reminder, if this match was to finish in a draw, Durham would take 13 points. Kent would take 11.
He's hit that.
I'm not sure if Ben Raine thinks that's hit his toe first before the bat. It's definitely hit bat. In what order is the question? Ben Raine is absolutely convinced that that's out. Just needs to watch his appeal there. He's literally appealed moonwalking just about down the middle of the wicket. He's not a happy man right now, Ben Raine. Not even going to the umpire. Did you watch a replay of that one, mate?
Got it here. That's just the frame before. I think I heard bat first before pad.
I'm not sure if it even has hit the foot, if I'm honest. He goes about his merry way and picks up another single. Don't want the frustrations to boil over for Ben Raine here. He's doing a fantastic job.
Kimo Roach jogs in an extra
Just blocking
few
off
paces.
that single. 3 slips in a gully. Benjamin in solidly behind that. Punched away. Good backing up from Graham Clark.
I think Raine's still seething from that previous
yeah.
over.
Yeah. It's one where you really need to slow that down and have a look at it. From the brief glimpse that I got of it, I wasn't sure.
The sound was bat.
There was
for
definitely
me.
bat involved. Ryan Campbell doesn't look very happy down in front of us. He's got a double teapot on. Maybe he's heard different information. Two balls left in over number 47. One of them is a bouncer, which is
It's a good,
Benjamin ducks underneath it. It's well directed.
some good pace on that. Considering he's into his 16th over.
What did Durham do here? Do they give Kemar Roach a crack? Do they go to Casey Aldridge? Do they keep these two going for as long as possible? All questions that Alex Lees no doubt has going through his mind right now. It's Benjamin picks up a single off the last ball and is more than happy to take that and keep the strike. As you can see, Ryan Campbell watching on. 190 for 5. 47 overs done. 19 overs left in the day.
Looks like it could be a double change in the offing ash.
Yeah, and that's where these two now have a responsibility. If it is a double change, Kemar Roach, experienced international, has got to follow up the excellent work that's been done by Raine and Potts. Still a game here to be won. 19 overs left, 5 wickets needed.
Two slips, two men catching in on the leg side. So no ball, and they'll be punched out into the covers as well. Benjamin will gladly take 2. Outside the line, I reckon.
I think there's a big inside edge there as well.
Roach oversteps again. Well fielded by Ackerman.
Ends the 48th over. Kent 196 for 5. Good partnership between these two of 30. Chris Benjamin done a very, very good job since he's come to the crease supporting Miyeyi.
Is a double change. Casey Aldridge will replace Matt Potts.
18 overs left in the day's play. Casey Aldridge, can you take your new side to victory? Short and wide and punched off the back foot. Not perfectly timed by Miyeyi, but he'll pick up a couple. Again, you've got to love the energy of Matthew Potts in the field.
Is the final hour indicated at 16 overs left?
That's a good point. This one's pulled away by Miyeyi out to Graham Clark.
Just wonder if it's a fixed time or if I think it might be either a fixed time or 16 overs left, whichever's last. So I'd imagine that the last hour would get signalled at the end of the next over.
Benjamin in solidly behind that from Aldridge. And again. Two balls remaining in the over. Get that length a little bit fuller, Casey Aldridge. Just in there, but it's nicely tucked away down towards fine leg. Some work to do for Ackerman, who does brilliantly. And saves a couple with an absolute rocket of a throw as well. Two more to Benjamin, and that brings up the 200 for Kent, 201 for 5. Kept that scoreboard ticking over nicely, haven't they? They're going at over 4 and over. This one allowed through, which gets through Ollie Robinson and goes through for 4 byes. A bit untidy from Durham. Just need to ramp it up here with the bowling change. Keep that energy that Potts and Ben Raine had out there.
Yeah, you mentioned Kent taking over. I think it's important in situations like this. You can't just allow the bowling side to natter away on a line of length without you putting at least something in their minds of where they can score. You know, obviously runs don't really matter right now. Kent need 9 and over if they're going to chase this down. So I think it's pretty obvious they're not. But it would be very easy to have just completely shut up shop and
It just takes the pressure off you as a batter if you're scoring. You're happy to keep the good balls out, play and miss at the odd one. But if you're still scoring, then you're happy out there.
He scored pretty freely since he's got going into double figures. That's another single to his total.
Yeah, 85 from 106 from the stylish young right-hander. He's not had a lot of strike in this partnership either. It's been a lot of bowling at Chris Benjamin. And fair play to Benjamin. He's got through it. A couple of hairy moments. Benjamin attempting to drive there. Doesn't time it. Nice into position there, Benjamin, as he pushes that to mid-off. Do you see that graphic at the bottom of your screen has changed now as the ball's remaining left in the day's plate? Kent will be watching that very, very closely. Punched nicely by Benjamin, but can't beat Ackerman. Last ball of over number 50. Kemar Roach, ball in hand, searching for his second wicket. Durham sixth. It's pitched over a little bit of swing and nicely driven by Benjamin, and that is the end of the over. Number 50, 16 left.
Just watching the umpire here. He taps the watch on his wrist. That indicates the final hour of the match. So a minimum of 16 overs remaining. A little subplot here, Ash. Durham's over 8 has crept up to -2. Miaye will tick over to 86. I wonder if he's got a particular milestone in mind.
Well, he should. What a way to start the season. Especially the way he's had to battle for his runs early in both innings. It'll be just reward for him. He's batted superbly here this afternoon. Durham searching for that 6th wicket now. Picked up back-to-back wickets with Bel-Drummond and Everson. Since then, it's been some great resistance from this pair. Benjamin just 14 to his name, but he's been there for 42 deliveries. This time he drives. Last ball of the over. Benjamin pushes this one to mid-on. Alex Lees, who fires the ball back to Ollie Robinson. That ends the over. 15 left in the day. 207 for 5. Miyeyo on 86, closing in on a well-deserved century. Got great support here from Chris Benjamin. Going to go to Colin Ackerman, maybe on the back of what you were saying there with the over rate, and just change the tempo a little bit of variety into the attack. And get David Bedingham in at short leg. Just put a couple around the bat. Just change it up a little bit. Give the Kent batsmen a different challenge. Briefly spoke to Colin at tea. So I went round to the club shop and he was just coming downstairs. We're just talking about the pace to bowl on this pitch. He says that, yeah, his natural pace, he might have to bowl a little bit slower to try and get some more turn, just to put some pressure on this Kent pair. "15 overs on 90 balls left in the day. Durham searching for wicket number 6. There's Ackerman into the attack. Defended by Miyeyo, first ball. You want to try and bring him onto the front foot. And he does a little bit of drift there. Quick single. Lees looks for a direct hit. Miyeyo through comfortably. Moves on to, if you're an Aussie, the dreaded 87. 208 for 5. Brings Benjamin back on strike. Short leg and a catching mid-wicket in place. A little bit short from Ackerman. Well played by Benjamin. 2 balls left in the over now. That one really turns and bites. Beautifully taken by Ollie Robinson. Get a leg slip in.
Caught everyone off guard.
Emilio Al on the hook there, let alone leg slip. Just been guided in a few steps. This one played by Benjamin out into the offside for no run. Ends the over. 1 from it. Another over ticked off from a Kent point of view. 84 deliveries they have to survive. 14 overs in total. Still 5 down. This partnership currently at 42 between Benjamin and Miyeyo. And that, along with the partnership between Miyeyo and Daniel Bel-Drummond, are proving absolutely key to Kent's draw capabilities right now.
Like we say, wickets have fallen in clusters. We had the 2 in back-to-back overs, but since then, Durham will feel that a couple of LBW decisions could have gone their way. But when they didn't, Kent have been able to see out some time.
Are we going round the wicket short ball tactics here? I'm just having a look at the field.
There's no one in at short leg, which would probably be the obvious one.
No, he's staying over the wicket. Benjamin was just doing a lot of gardening there. He's going to stay over the wicket.
Does look like the short pitch stuff is coming though.
Hammered through mid-on. Yeah, he moves on to 91. Not a care in the world as that one was bowled at him. He just absolutely smashed it through mid-on. Ball's got soaking wet there. You can see the glint of it. It's just down in front of us. Alex Lees doesn't actually know what to do with the ball. Down into one of the many sheets that have helped to cover the ground and then probably been blown all over by good old Dave. Aldridge will have another go. Short, and that'll be one for the over. He just ducks under that one. This is a top edge. And can you believe it has landed in the middle of 3 fielders? That is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Is it over Emilio Gay's head that time?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, wow. Nearly worked. Yeah, he picks up a couple. Moves on to 93. Probably the first bit of luck, really, that he's had. And he's probably earned that luck. Just try to control at top edge. And it's landed safe. This one's carved away. And it's going to beat third man and go away for 4. It was under 97. Brings up the 50 partnership. But Miei is clearly going to play his shots at this short ball, which just brings Durham back into the game a little bit. Good change of field from Alex Lees because it's brought about an opportunity, and a change in tactic might just bring a chance that gets Durham back into this game. Yeah, one boundary away from a century now. It's short, and this one is guided down to Emilio Gay, and he'll pick up a single.
When your luck's in.
I still can't believe that's dropped in the gap. Emilio Gay might have just been a little bit unsighted at first as well because he's looking right into the sun. Benjamin will have to deal with the same tactics in the same field. And he just ducks underneath that. And that's given us a wide. Durham won't mind that. That means they get an extra delivery. That's classed as 2 for the over now. Not allowed to bowl more than 2 balls over shoulder height in the over. I can tell you from experience as well, Chris Benjamin is very, very good on the short ball. And it is the slowest of slower balls from Casey Aldridge. That almost French cricket style. Chris Benjamin keeps out, and that ends the over. 220 for 5. 13 overs remaining in the day's play. Durham still searching for that 6th wicket. Durham coaches down in front of us, still trying to walk wickets. This late afternoon sun. Be Colin Ackerman to continue. Miei on strike. He's on 98. Oh, and that's edged away past Aldridge, and it will run away for at least 2. Aldridge does well. We'll come back for a third, and that is a brilliant century from Twendemiye, who leaps in the air. Fantastic century. His fourth first-class century. And it's come on an afternoon when Kent really, really needed him. Excellent innings. But again, almost a half chance as that one was edged past the slips. But well done, young man. Enjoy that.
Yeah, fantastic century from Kent's number 4. No doubt the biggest reason why they're going to escape Chester Street with a draw rather than staring down the defeat. So Bedingham now takes his turn, dropping it down to 3rd.
Great fielding from Aldridge in the middle of a spell as well. Sprinting and firing that throw back in on the turn. Right, Durham. What have you got for us? 76 balls left in the day. Is there a moment? Great knock from the young fella, hasn't it? All sorts of pressure for his team. Chanceless. Almost provided a chance in the 90s. Lobbed one over Emilio Gay's head. That's good from Ackerman. Searching forward. Benjamin smothers that out into the covers.
Yeah, making sure he's getting right to the pitch of the ball, not allowing it to spin. That's like a single off the final ball of the 54th. 2-2-6 for 5.
There you go. I'm not sure if you heard the ground announcer, but 101 from 116 and 16 boundaries from EAE. And just as important as this partnership, which sits at 60. Change of gloves and a drink for the young man. 12 overs remaining in the day's play. 72 balls. What can Durham do? Almost created a chance in that last over. Aldridge to continue. Look like they've abandoned the short ball tactics to Chris Benjamin anyway. This one's pushed into the onside for a dot. Benjamin across his stumps finds the gap at mid-wicket. Might have thought about a single, but Alex Lees does well. Oh, and that's really ripped back way too high. Benjamin on the back thigh there. .226 for 5. Cut away to Potts.
It's hit one of the practice pitches, I think.
Yeah, he looked really impressed with life out there at the moment. Getting some encouragement from his teammates. Benjamin negotiates that. The last delivery of the 55th over, 11 overs remaining. 226 for 5. Maiden over that one from Casey Aldridge. Colin Ackerman to continue. Yeah, on strike. A century to his name. He thinks about a single, but turns it down. And he gets underneath this one and pulls it away. Pulls it all the way for 6. Fantastic shot. Wasn't that short from Ackerman. He got underneath it. And hit it over mid-wicket and all the way for 6.
Really good shot. Turned, like you say, it wasn't an overly short ball from Ackerman, but Durham going chasing wickets. No fielders out, and Mieye having spent a lot of time at the crease. Felt confident enough to put it all the way. Didn't even give it a second glance.
And he rocks back and late cuts that one away. And pick up another single. Benjamin forward, smothering that one from Ackerman. One more ball to go, and then it'll be 10 overs left. Benjamin allows that one to hit the thigh pad. And that ends the over. 233 for 5. Kent, Mieye 108, Benjamin 17. 10 overs remaining. Durham still need 5 wickets.
Looks very likely this is going to be a match-saving knock from Mieye, and it's 2 partnerships for Kent, Daniel Bel-Drummond and Mieye and Benjamin that look like they're going to do the business. So they'll take their 3 batting... No. Batting bonus points? No, bowling bonus points from first innings. Alex Lee's maybe just having a word with the umpires about what needs to be done for the overs. In terms of Durham still sitting at -2 on the over rate. Would really sting to start the season off with a points deduction for that. For Mieye, excuse me, this is turning into a bit of a glorified net session with how he's seeing it. Nothing looks to be troubling him right now.
Yeah, looks in complete control. Benjamin drives down the ground. Kemar Roach with the acrobats. One keeps it a little bit low, and Benjamin does well. Gets in behind it. Plays with a nice straight bat. Benjamin defends out into the offside. The Moose. Match saving, talking like we didn't stand a chance of chasing this down. Well, at 41 for 3, Moose. I think it's a match saving innings. Tempted Yorker from Aldridge. Well kept out by Benjamin. Allowed through to the keeper. 9 overs left in the day's play. 54 deliveries. I think we're going to see Matthew Potts back into the attack as Durham throw the dice one last time. Or are they shaking hands? They are shaking hands. That is the end of it. This match is drawn here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Durham and Kent sharing the spoils. Durham will pick up 13 points. Kent will pick up 11 on the back of a fantastic rearguard innings from Tawenda Miyeye, finishing on 109 not out. Had great support today from Bel-Drummond and from Chris Benjamin. Durham couldn't quite get the clusters of wickets they needed. They got 2 in 2 a couple of times, but that wasn't enough in the end. As Storm Dave and Durham and Kent will settle for a draw.
Yeah, Tawanda Miyeye with the game-saving knock, 109 off 121. Took a bit of time to get going, but once he did, looked like he was playing on a different pitch to everyone else. Durham certainly gave it their all. Matthew Potts and Ben Raine with a couple of really good spells this afternoon into this evening, but ultimately Kent's rearguard action proves stiff enough to see the sides share the spoils. From myself and Ash and Stevie and Ross, thank you all for tuning in over the 4 days, and we're back with you soon on Durham Live.